Hello, 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 and welcome to the 888 Poker XL Inferno main event. $250 was the buy-in. Of course, many players satellited in for much less. Some players actually won the free roll to get in. Nonetheless, they're all on the hunt for over $500,000 prize pool. We are in the money. In fact, 65 players remain out of a starting field of 1,623. First place, a whopping $85,177. I'm David Tuchman, joined by my partner in crime, the one and only Nick Wealthall. Nick, how excited are you?
Yeah, I'm stoked. This is a big tournament. $500,000 is no joke. $85,000 for first prize. So somebody's going to have a good night. It's a great tournament, and we'll see a good quality of poker, I think, as well.
No doubt. We're going to start over on table 119, which has our chip leader at it, which is CV Rosario, who was on 4.48 million chips. What a dream scenario. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000. So he or she is on about 100 big blinds. Ilchin, who we've become familiar with throughout the series, is at that table as well. And we will keep track of everybody and anybody still in this tournament. 65 players remain. The remaining 65 players all guaranteed $1,100. First place, once again, $85,000. In fact, the final 7 players will all earn over 5 figures, Nick.
Pretty sweet. That's a serious tournament. And we've got some good play as well, as we see a 3-bet on one of the first hands we paid attention to here tonight. 25,000, 50,000. The average stack is 1.7 million at the moment. So over 30 big blinds is the average stack. So we should see some poker. It shouldn't just be shove on call and that kind of thing from the start.
Yeah, no, this is certainly an interesting part of the tournament. It's almost the equivalent of a day 2 if we were covering an 888 live event. 65 players remaining who can navigate their way through the field and put themselves in a position to make a deep run and possibly, hopefully for them, take home the title. Again, we're looking at table 119. If you're watching this on 888 as well as Facebook or YouTube, of course, you can kind of follow on and watch as many tables as you want to. As you can see, there are 8 or 9 tables left. I think 8 tables in all right now left. And we're just following this table for now. We've got some amazing giveaways for you. We've got a cool free roll for you. All of that will be coming up later. Right away, by the way, the very first hand, now we lost our chip leader, so there's a decent chance we'll switch tables, but we'll see how that plays out. Right away, though, Val Venice opened the button, and CV Rosario, our chip leader, 3-bet out of the big blind, took it down, kind of setting a tone. But this table, certainly a different dynamic now without our chip leader. Ilchin raising to 100,000. Adele Maleficia or Maleficia? Fisa?
Both of those are correct, yeah.
Thank you. Is all in for 381,000. That's about 7 big blind shove. So you imagine that Ilchin will make the call, and there's the call. King 10 versus Ace 8. A lot of outs there. There's one of them.
That's one. Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for Adele, he or she is out. 62 players remain. We're going to head over to table 116 so we can take a look.
Can I do my topical reference?
Please do.
See, Adele lost chips there, and Adele has been losing a lot of chips recently because she stopped eating. So there's the other Adele. She's
There you
famously lost a lot of weight. Yeah,
Did
I was
she?
working
Okay.
on that. I was working on that for about 15 seconds. Probably needs a polish, jokes wise, but
I don't know.
yeah,
I
I think
think
it's all
it
right.
might be
Yeah.
perfect.
In the world of poker jokes, I mean, none of them are that good. Come on.
Right. I think that's certainly certainly appropriate. Table 116. We are headed over there right now, and we have CV Rosario at this table, who's our chip leader, with some other really big stacks, by the way.
In
Eagle
a big
Scott,
pot. In a big pot right now. 1.2 million in the middle on the river.
yeah, Garbina D started this hand with over 3 million chips. Blinds are now 30,000, 60,000, by the way. Jack 10, King 9, and the rich get richer. CV Rosario up to 5.3 million. Want to take a look at, say hi to everybody in the chat here. Steve Childs, what's up? Mike Rodig, Alexander DiCarlo, Alan Bella, Christian Baneos, Marcelo Silva, Wayne Scanlon, Jeanette Bull. Hello again, Jeanette. Jack James, David and Nick, I'm back again. Good to have you. Senor Abramo, Marco, Judith Linden, Kathy Law. Thank you all for joining us. Password will be coming shortly.
Have we told them what they can win in the free roll? It's pretty cool.
No, what you want to?
Well, obviously you can't win
details?
tickets. You can't win tickets to the main event of the XL. That would be crazy.
Well, that's bullshit.
That would be, well, it's not because we're covering it. So,
Oh,
but
okay.
but we haven't skimped 5. Count them. 5 tickets to the Sunday Mega Deep Stack. $109 worth each ticket. That's pretty sweet.
So we're actually giving away more. So before we gave away 2 $250 tickets. Today we're giving 5 $109 tickets. So technically we're giving away $45 more in tournament tickets in this free roll.
Plus cash as well. After the top 5, there's cash as well. So yeah, it's a really good free roll. Fantastic free roll. And
what's the password?
It's free. It's free.
Is it? What does it cost though, Nick? I mean, it must cost some money. I mean, we're not just giving away 5 free seats, are we?
They're just literally. It's just largesse. Just here we go. Yeah, thanks for watching. Come and play. So yeah, do you want the password, or are we holding it for excitement?
Go ahead, give it to him. Give it to him.
It's main event in honor of the main event. Main event, all one word. Main event.
How did you come up with that?
What I did was I thought, what are we covering tonight? Is there anything in that area? And 15, 20 minutes later, I had it. So
that's impressive.
Thank you.
I swear. Nick Wealthall, sharp as a tack. I met this man over a decade ago, and I can tell you that age, if anything, has only made this man finer, wiser, better looking.
Well, it's the filter on the Zoom thing. It's like Botox. It's amazing.
Yes, the password is main event for that free roll. That free roll, by the way, starting in 1 hour. So jump in on that one. I believe registration is already open. Check it out.
You can jump in.
Are you going to play the free roll again?
Yeah.
Do it. I love
it. Might as well. I'm 1 for 2, so 50% cash rate, pretty strong.
It's really strong. And your ROI is amazing.
Thank you. Infinite, actually.
So that's the thing. If you only play free rolls, your ROI is going to probably be pretty good.
Right.
Once again, the password for that is main event. I will type it in the comment section over on Facebook. We also have a giveaway. Now, you are welcome to watch the show on YouTube. I know many of you do. I see you in there. Chow, Soy Ninja, David Edison, Planeta Real, Gary Kearney. You are welcome to watch the show over on YouTube. Just be aware that we are paying attention to the Facebook chat more, and there is a giveaway. We are giving away 10, count them, not 5, not 8, but 10 $30 tournament tickets. Now, very simply, you have to be an 888 poker player. You have to be eligible to play on the site and also have have an account there. And what we're looking for, this is groundbreaking stuff. It's crazy. It's wild, Nick. We are looking for funny poker stories.
Funny poker stories.
Yeah, funny poker stories. That's what we're looking for. I know. It's never been done before, but we are cutting edge here. I was trying to come up with something new all week, and I came up with funniest poker story. So that's what we're doing. We're looking for the funniest poker story. You have to write it in the comment section over on Facebook during the live stream. And if you win, make sure you include your username with the story. And if you win, your account will be credited with a $30 888 poker tournament ticket.
It's more free stuff.
More free stuff.
Plus the opportunity to entertain us. Right?
Yes. I mean, considering it's already 2:10 in the morning for you, I think entertaining Nick should be the hashtag.
My bar is high. Hashtag entertain Nick. Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
Once again, thanks for joining us. David Tuchman, Nick Wealthall here for 888 Poker. We are watching the XL Inferno main event. It all comes down to this. 1,623 players. We paid 207 spots. We're down to 56. So we're starting to get down to the business end of this tournament. And we are going to see this one to the end. If it takes 15 hours, we'll be here.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. We're not going anywhere.
Really?
I don't think it'll take 15 hours. All in here. And King 10 wins the pot. Pocket eights down to 4.9 million.
Texas was short stacked, obviously, and now is a bit less short stacked. Hashtag analysis. Up to 15 big blinds after that one.
Good stuff there. Alexander Wasuhaldo. Emanuela Poker. Best Channel 2. DJ. Thank you for joining us over on the YouTube channel. And of course, we are trying to focus on the Facebook channel, but I'll go back and forth. If you're ever wondering why my head goes back and forth, it's because I'm looking at my multitude of screens as I try to digest all the information in front of us. How's your plant, Nick? People want to know.
I'll be honest, it's the same.
I think in plant world, that's good.
Right. Okay. Yeah. No, stable. And my wife actually said, "Why don't you have a different plant tonight? You know, mix it up as the main event final table. Let's change it." And it was a great idea, and I forgot.
You know what though? I feel like you want to go home with the girl that you brought to the dance, right? I just feel like
depends on the girl, mate. I'll be honest. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
that's a good point. No, it's a good point. You know what? Forget it. Everything I said was just shot. Now, I feel like this plant was there for the beginning. It was there for event 1. It was there for the tune-up.
That's true.
And now you're going to replace it when we get to the big time?
That's true. It's been on a journey. That is true. Yeah. Been on a journey from where it is now to sort of slightly to the left when I take all this setup down and then it comes back again.
Ronan Donnery says, "Evening, gents." Evening to you, Ronan. Anas Azirar says, "Password is main event." You are correct, sir. Roger King says, "So you're looking for poker jokes?" No, we're looking for, you know what? At this point, a good poker joke is fine too. Poker jokes, funny stories. Entertain me.
Yeah, jokes are funny if they're poker related.
Yeah.
Why not?
Keep it family friendly so I can actually read it out loud.
I remembered one more funny story after the last time, so I'll save that. It's more of an incident, to be honest, but funny.
T. Cavallan, all in 2 hands in a row, and just by moving all in twice and not even seeing a flop, he has doubled up. He had 500,000 chips 2 hands ago, and he is now up to 1 million. Well done on him. Getting action overrated.
Well, yeah, when you're short, definitely true. I should point out, by the way, these players have $1,300 locked up. We know we have satellite winners in the field, so that's a pretty amazing result already, and obviously playing for a lot more.
Going to raise the button from Pro 100 player. Sorry, I'm on the wrong table. This is what I do. I just go from table to table. I'm jumping around here.
But if you could take us with you, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, that would be better, right? Hold on, I'm going to check something out here. Sorry, Orel raising to 132,000. T Texa all in for 844,000. Does not get called, up to 1.1 million.
Yeah, almost a classic spot for a shove. Small blind against cutoff. Nice stack for it. Kind of 15 big blinds. Just under, actually, 14 big blinds. But got it through, which is a result.
Bob Roden says hi from Canada. Hello, Canada. Good to have you. Let us know where you are from in the comments section. Let us know. Are you watching this from Europe? Are you watching it from South Africa? Are you watching it from South America, Canada, wherever you might be in the world? Let us know. And for those of you out there, by the way, who are watching this after the fact, I understand obviously it's 3, 4 in the morning in Europe, in parts of Europe for sure. If you are watching it after the fact, unfortunately, you won't be there for the giveaways, but welcome nonetheless. Justin Sider from Saskatchewan, Canada. Daniel Warren from the UK. Leon from Qatar. Ooh, this is nice. Glitter Carly Deity. And I apologize if I've butchered your name. You're watching it from Turks and Caicos.
Lovely.
Jack James. Lancashire. England.
Yeah.
I don't believe we have any ambassadors left.
Typical.
Shocker, Nick.
Typical. Texas all in again. $1 million is the shove.
Yamatasula thinking about what he wants to do here. Does not continue. Lets it go.
I mean, it's amazing that none of them could stick around until we even went on air. I don't expect them to win it now after these many failed attempts to watch one go super deep, but they couldn't even make the stream. Come on, guys. Disappointing. Texa finally gets deep enough to make a bet that isn't all in.
I have Scotty. We're familiar with that player, right? From one of the early events?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Ooh, Judith Linden is from Brockville. Played hockey there. Cornwall. Alan Petrusco is in Romania. It's 4:20 in the morning there. Well, thank you for your dedication. It is 6:18 p.m. for me and 2:18 in the morning for my good friend Nick Wealthall. You are watching the XL Inferno main event. This is a $500,000 guarantee. We beat that. First place, $85,000.
Yeah, awesome. Only 50 players left, so they're closing in on the serious money already.
Yeah, the pay jumps start getting quite ridiculous, especially when you think about the fact that this is a $250 buy-in tournament. As I mentioned earlier, we will be here until the conclusion of this tournament. So we will crown a champion. That could take 4 hours, could take 5. We don't know exactly how long it'll take, but Nick and I will be here until the end.
Lines are up, 35.70. Average stack is 2.1 million. So a very commentator friendly, exactly 30 big blind average stack.
little bit of info about this particular tournament. As is the case in all these tournaments, starting chips 50,000. Blinds increase every 15 minutes.
Yeah, and that's pretty long, obviously, for online. I mean, 15-minute levels are, I don't know, what do you think? An hour?
Is that, I was going
live?
to say, is that an hour live?
Must be, right? About that.
All in, no call. Get a raise here from CV Rosario. Once again, our chip leader throughout this tournament. Action folding around to the big blind. Not a ton of action here at this particular table. See if Texo wants to defend. Does defend. Queen high flop, queen 9-6, rainbow.
Quite a connected board. Like it's quite hard for Texas to have entirely missed this board. Doesn't mean he's going to continue, but yeah, a lot of times he will. He or she.
Whether it's a gut shot, a pair, or something, right?
Yeah, it's just, like I said, connected, even more connected now.
Well, CV Rosario wants to continue this. Not a great turn card for his range, but certainly a good river card for his range. Really good bluff card. I think you get a pair of sixes, a pair of nines to fold a ton of the time here if you bet. Sure enough, there's the bet, 369,000. About half pot. I mean, what do you do with a hand like King 6 here? You just got to throw it in the muck.
Well, Texas does fold. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's an interesting spot because Rosario is actually pretty polarized at the end there.
Is he? I mean, couldn't he just bet any ace really for value at that point?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Yeah. But I mean polarized too. Like,
but
so he's checked back the turn. He's not, he's not value betting a 9 on that river. Do you know what I mean? So he's
no. Maybe a queen, and maybe a hand like king queen.
Yeah. And he pot controlled the turn, it's possible.
Either way, he folds. We're going to watch this one more hand, and then we're going to head over to table 164. We've got a couple of pretty big stacks over at that table. See if we can get a little bit more action over there. Check, check on the turn. 10 of diamonds. King of clubs on the river. CV Rosario to act. Check, check. And pair of sixes going to be good. Interesting that CV Rosario decided not to turn the 9-7 into a bluff in that spot. Maybe just didn't like the run out. Blinds are 35,000, 70,000. Let's head over to table 164. As I mentioned, this is the light finger table I was talking about. Got a couple of big stacks here. We got Junie Juniors at 4.5 million, light finger at 3.8 million, CHR at 4.2 million. So 3 or 4 actually pretty big stacks. Kofe Bryant. I'll tell you, with all the coronavirus talk, people have forgotten the fact that Kobe Bryant died this year also. You know who Kobe Bryant is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You looked at me like a blank stare. Like, am I supposed to know who this man is?
Yeah, I know who he was.
Stefan Jevtik says, hello from Montenegro. Thank you for the ticket from the last live show. You are the best.
Agree.
Nick, you are the best.
Thank you, David. Yeah, this is a stack table. I mean, just a lot of chips on here.
Yeah, we're down to 6 tables, by the way. We started the stream, we were at like 64. We're at 46 now.
Yeah, it's gone pretty quick, but we're kind of closing in on 35 big blinds average stack. So at some point it will slow down a bit, I think.
Oh, for sure. I expect this final table to be a lot slower than other final tables as well because of the huge pay jumps. I mean, you're talking about the difference between 7th and 5th is like $10,000. You know, the difference between
Do you know
6th
what?
and 3rd is 20,000.
I wanted to say the squeeze window was open and I didn't get it out, but the squeeze window was open. And Kofi has 3-bet here. Fagel from Lightfinger, so 1.5 million in the middle.
You know what? I'm not a huge fan of the lead out, but I think on a flop like this, it's certainly interesting. Kofi Bryant is going to go with it. King 10 versus 9s. There's a king. Wow. Talk about a gamble. Whoa.
I'm struggling to
catch your breath.
I mean, so pre-flop, I really like it. Like, I really like the 3-bet. Lightfinger decided to call. I can't remember what his stat was. I apologize.
Well, I mean, he had 1.1 plus 2.8, so 3.9.
Right. Yeah. So he decides to call
with 9s.
I'm not a huge fan, but obviously it's not ridiculous. And he calls, and then like he lead out bets. So he's got the open-ended straight draw and the overpair.
Kind of a really nice hand to check call with, isn't it?
Or yeah.
I mean, because the nightmare is without a spade in your hand. Now, if he has the 9 of spades in his hand, is a little bit different. But without the spade in his hand, the one thing he doesn't want to happen is get shoved on and then have to call off.
Yeah, although he's never folding, so it's not like you're never folding open-ended straight draw with an overpair. So,
right, but why not just check call one street and see what happens on the? I mean, because if a spade comes off on the turn, you can ditch it without losing any more money. I just think with 2 9s, you're in a world of hurt against like 2 kings with the king of spades.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, obviously. But with the pre-flop dynamic, he's got a pretty wide range for that 3-bet, and I think you're like crushing his range. Like
Absolutely.
with 9s on that flop, I think you're crushing him. So you can't get too much wrong.
Got an all in here, by the way.
Yeah.
And king on the river.
What an awesome 3 minutes for Lightfinger this has been.
Yeah, this has not been fun, and unfortunately for Lightfinger, he is out, and we're down to 5 tables.
Who or wherever you are, Lightfinger, you have my sympathies. That was all gross. That was all gross. Like, why was Kofi? I don't understand Kofi's shove.
No, I was going to say the same thing. In fact, you could very easily argue. We're going to head back over to table 119, by the way, which is our chip leaders table. Seaver Rosario on just cruise control. He's up to 6 million chips. Kofi's, it worked out for him. But you could argue that the 3-better on a 6, 7, 8, 3 spade board should almost have nothing he could possibly raise the flop with.
Well, it's just that the raise is a bit irrelevant, isn't it? Because when Lightfinger is never making that bet and folding, I don't think. Like he's only got 1.3 more. He's really betting whatever he bets, 700 something thousand into 1.5 million, and then folding for another 1.3. That would be pretty horrible. So,
yeah, it was a bizarre hand all through. I mean, I think on an 8-7-6 3-spade board, I don't think it's a terrible idea to have kind of a leading range on that particular board against the 3-better, because that flop really should favor you as opposed to the 3-better. That said, the SPR, the stack to pot ratio, was so small at that point, it really made it difficult to kind of maneuver anything. And then the raise all in on the flop was kind of bizarre as well. I mean, the hand was just crazy. And unfortunately for Lightfinger, he is light on chips right now and obviously out. So we're going to head over to table 119 again, CV Rosario our chip leader with 5.9 million, playing virtually every single hand. I'm disappointed to see that other table go because we only saw about 3 hands, but it was action.
Did you say 119? You don't mean 119.
119.
CV Rosario's on 116.
He is. You know what? I got confused. My bad.
Okay.
So let's head over to 119. My bad. 119 has got Zach Zaidid, MB Pauls, Kofi Bryant.
Who is now the chip leader with 6.8.
Yes.
It's pretty good.
My apologies. Christopher James Etherton says, my laptop would be out of the window with that one.
That's pretty frustrating. I mean, he had King 10, so he had a gut shot, but Lightfinger's got 2 of his 9s. So,
I mean, listen, it worked out really well for Kofi Bryant in the sense that he actually, I mean, he could have caught a king. I mean, he got kind of unlucky in the sense that like the 10 was no longer good, obviously. The 10 wasn't good. The spade was good. The king was good. It was a bizarre hand any way you cut it, especially considering the stakes they're playing for right now.
So we have a free roll at the top of the hour, and you can jump in. It's in the registered tab. It's the XL Inferno live stream daily free roll. And we're giving away 5 to the top 5 finishers, 5 $109 tickets for Sunday's Deep Stack tournament. Mega Deep Stack, is that what it's called? I should know, I'm doing the announcing. Sunday Mega Deep, I knew that. I knew it was some combination of those words, all right? Sunday Mega Deep. It's $109 value, each one. It's amazing. Plus cash for the positions 6 through 85. You'll win some money. So it's a fantastic free roll, completely free. The password is main event, all one word, main event. Jump in. I'm in, together with 577 players who all had the $0 required to enter this event.
That sounds great.
Well, it is great.
You certainly can't hate on that, right?
You can't.
$0. All in a call. Ace 10 versus Ace King. 3 diamonds out there. And the 6 of spades not going to help the Ace 10. And not sure if we have an elimination or not. No, we don't. Ma Pauls or MV Pauls, is down to 1.6 million. Dolce Vitae 1 up to 1.9 million chips. Again, the blinds are 35,000, 70,000. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action for XL Inferno. And as we've been talking about, these players playing for a lot of money. Gandaku going to raise all in on the button and take it down. They're playing for a lot of money. First place is $85,000. Nick, let's take a look at what everybody will make if they make the final table of this event, because it's pretty astonishing. 9th place, $5,400. 8th place, $9,500. And the remaining 7 players will all take home 5 figures. This is just for a $250 buy-in event. And again, you have to assume that many of these players satellited in for less.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, really big event.
What a great way to put a bow on the XL Inferno series. Absolute success here for 888 Poker. Ran from May 14th through the 24th. Ace King versus 8s. There's the ace. No help for the 8s. And a lot of action at this table. So we're going to stick here as long as we have the action. Merck with the Ace King and the double up to 1.4 million. Ellis Dude at 2.5 million. We've got a couple of giveaways, guys. We mentioned it already. We're giving away 10 $30 888 Poker tournament tickets. If you want to be eligible for these, you've got to let us know. Tell us a joke, a poker joke, or a poker funny story in the Facebook comment section. We will select 10 people, 10 stories to win. Make sure you include your username. I've got a winner, Nick. Chad Wilkinson, username Fantasy Dash. I'm reading this cold, but this was picked by our producer, Matt. It says playing some 1-2 no limit and some donk sucks out on a tight regular. The reg berates the donk, and they end up getting into a pissing contest argument. The entire table, other than the donk and the reg, are rolling their eyes, waiting either for a fist to get thrown or the floor to get called. The quick-thinking dealer, before dealing the next hand, sternly tells the two, all right, from now on, this is the no talking table. They both shut up in mid-sentence, as if they were about to get arrested. The dealer then proceeds to make at least $7 in tips before even dealing the next hand. I like it, Chad. Chad Wilkinson, username Fantasy Dash. You have just won yourself a $30 888 poker tournament ticket. Well done.
The no talking table. Always talk when you play, David.
Have you met me?
Yeah, but do you always?
Yeah.
Do you? God damn.
I mean,
annoying.
Oh
so
yeah,
annoying.
I like. I mean, the reason I like playing poker. One of the reasons I like playing poker is, well, I like money. I enjoy the game, but I love the social aspect of it. So
I'm really quiet.
I believe that.
I am. I'm really quiet. Yeah.
I believe that. I do.
It's my special me time playing poker. Special quiet time.
Do you
like
put
relaxing in a hot bath?
Do you put headphones on and not play music just to like be able to tell people that you're listening?
Sometimes. Yeah. Sometimes I do also listen to stuff, but
blinds are 40,000, 80,000 raised from Gandaku 88.
Don't get me wrong. I've met some people at the poker table that like were strangers and have become good friends. I'm not anti-talking. I just don't feel the need to talk.
Ellis Dude is going to call the raise from the cutoff seat. Zach Zadid says, you know what? This is a pretty good spot. I am going to 3-bet.
I mean, this is incredibly strong. He's short stacked. He's only about half his stack. He's bet out the small blind against an under the gun raise and a flat. I mean, it looks like, Queen's minimum type stuff.
Right, yeah.
I mean,
does he get this through? Wow.
There's a lot of pressure on this dude to call, isn't there? Because he's getting like 4-1. But he doesn't. What
a huge win there. He adds 50% to his stack without seeing a flop again. Just a huge win there for Zach Zaidid. Got another winner here. Alan Bella, 888 poker username Ghoul77. Hi. I was playing a big tournament online and was in the last 20 out of 5,000. Chip leader. Fell asleep. I was gutted, but guess what? I still finished 7th. Happy days. So that doesn't happen to me. I've fallen asleep during tournaments and I never cashed.
The classic ace king versus eights, and ace king comes out on top.
The second time we've seen eights lose to ace king. Shouldn't happen on 888 poker.
It's almost like it's random. Weird.
Down to 40 players here. So congratulations, Alan Bella. Username Ghoul77. Joey Phelan has a poker joke for you, Nick. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. A man walked by a table in a hotel and noticed 3 men and a dog playing cards. The dog was playing with extraordinary performance. This is a very smart dog, the man commented. Not so smart, said one of the players. Every time he gets a good hand, he wags his tail.
I mean, it's a solid poker joke. I think I first heard it in '96, but it's a solid poker joke.
It's timeless.
It's timeless.
Ace 9-3, 2 spades out there. Kofi Bryant calling from the big blind. Dolce Vitae in there in the small blind. Mark raised on the button. It's going to bet that ace. Dolce
good
all
shot.
in. And calling from the small blinds. He's going to have a lot of. I mean, you can have hands like Ace Jack, Ace 10.
Yes, Ace Jack.
Ace Queen.
Oh, Ace Queen is up against Ace Jack. Wow.
Either player, by the way, with a spade in their hand. Ace Queen holds huge pot, and Dolce wins himself a huge pot up to 3.5 million, and we're down to 38 players. By the way, Joey Phelan, his username is Tweety52. Congratulations, Joey Phelan. You have just won yourself a $30 888 poker ticket. Congrats.
Dolce Vita now has 4 million, which is pretty solid stack, and he was very short stack when we started on this stream, so it can turn very quickly. We know this.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt whatsoever. 37 players now remain. We're going to be down to 4 tables very shortly.
David, Gervais Gale in chat, hi Gervais, wants to know, based on his basketball abilities, which poker player is Kobe Bryant most similar to? Who is the Kobe Bryant of poker? So we're looking for someone not as good as the Tim Duncan of poker. That's my joke, purely to wind up LA Lakers fans.
All right.
Kobe fans.
Yeah, so we're not talking about, he's not the all-time best, but certainly a top 20 player, has a lot of flash to his game, but can back up that flash with some solid results as well. So, like, would Kobe Bryant and Jason Mercier be a nice comparison? Like, I don't think anybody says Jason is the best player of all time, but I think a lot of people might say he's top 15 of all time.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Jason, Kobe, flashy results. And by the way, Jason also plays basketball.
Jason might actually be a bit better in the poker, like,
no, yeah, you hate Kobe
is.
Bryant, obviously. You just hate Kobe Bryant.
Why do I hate Kobe? I don't. He's decent.
Some people think Kobe Bryant is like top 6 of all time.
Yeah, but they're not,
wrong.
They're not basketball fans. I mean, Kobe's not top 10.
You know what? Naren Ramrope says Bryn Kenny.
That's closer. That's good.
That's closer. Okay. It's a good shout.
Only because I think Jason Mercier is like... They're both good shouts, actually. I think Jason Mercier's a good shout. I'd give that to you. That's good. Yeah.
I mean, it's inexact science. I don't think we can quantify this.
No, I think we can. I think we should stick at it until it's measurable.
Right. Get a raise here from the Kofe Bryant. And he's up to 6.5 million chips. By the way, not our chip leader anymore. That is it's Junie Juniors, who is over on table 183. We're not going to go over there just yet, but we will keep an eye on that one. Once again, thanks for joining us. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for the XL Inferno 888 Poker. Hey, we couldn't be in Barcelona. We're supposed to be in Barcelona right now.
Are we really?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we're not in Barcelona, so at least we're here. It's the next best thing, right?
For sure. Quality Poker Live, Quality Poker Online, kind of the same. I'm next to you virtually. I would be next to you in the room.
I mean, I feel like I can. Here, look, high five. 1, 2, 3.
Why is this happening?
Wouldn't it be really cool if, like, see, I wish your wife could actually do this and a hand could come in and.
I'll tell you what would be excellent. I'll wake her up and go, you have to come and do this. Is important.
Just to humor me.
Just put your hands here.
Watch, put your hand out like you're choking me. Watch what happens. It's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Watch, do it. Go
All
ahead.
right. Me?
Yeah, you do it to me. Watch. Keep going.
Yeah.
See?
It didn't really work.
It's it now.
No. We have to work on our Zoom humor.
That was my attempt at winning the $30 888 poker ticket. Unfortunately, I could not do that one.
The
LS Dude is
humorous
going to win
event.
that. Got some chips at this table now, and we've lost about 28 players since we've started. Average chip stack now at 3 million. Blinds are 40,000, 80,000. So we're still right around, 30 big blinds, a little bit under now.
No, your maths is bad, right?
Is it?
A little bit under 40. It's actually
a little bit under 40. Sorry, so blinds moved up.
Mm.
My bad. You're right. 2.4 million would be 30 big blinds. Math is hard.
It's true.
Jack high flop here. Val Venice 120 against Kofi Bryant.
Yeah, Kofi's probably getting about 100% of his hands here, I would guess. Something like that.
It's just really, really hard. Yeah, it's really hard for your opponent to kind of, even if they have a 3 or a deuce, there are going to be so many turn cards that come off that they're not going to want to continue on.
So now, unless Kofi actually has a hand, I don't think this is a great turn card to continue on, really.
He's going to bet.
He may have a hand.
May have a hand. He still puts a lot of pressure. I mean, if you've got a hand like Jack 8, if you have a hand like Jack 8 right here,
Never.
You're not folding, but you don't love it, and you certainly don't want to see a triple barrel. How do you like your Jack 8 now?
I like it a lot. I mean, what's he supposed to have, Kofi, if he bets flop, turn, and river?
Honestly, if I have a queen here, I'm betting for value because I know I can get called by a jack.
No, don't get me wrong. He can. There are lots of hands he can have. You understand what I'm saying? I'm just saying, like, I'm probably still paying off my jacks. I mean,
I could even bet. I think I could bet a hand as bad as ace jack. Probably the worst hand I would bet for value.
His bet sizing worries me a bit, actually. Like, his bet sizing kind of makes me think he actually has something. Valveni's cool folded.
He's getting a good price there. He's getting over 4-1 to make that call. So
yeah, he was.
If I'm getting that good a price, I don't think I'm folding a jack. But he does decide to click on that fold button. We're down to just 4 tables. First place, $85,000.
And Valveni's might have had like a bluff catcher. Like, he might have had ace high or something. I don't know. Who knows?
If I had a hand like ace high and I did not have a wheel draw, I'm probably folding, even though I know I'm folding the best hand, simply because there aren't going to be a lot of turn cards that are going to slow down my opponent on that particular flop, as opposed to when the board is, Jack 8-6. If I've got some sort of like ace high with a backdoor draw, I know if there's a lot of cards where I can get the showdown a lot easier with the ace high. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think the other dynamic is that he was facing the chip leader, who's like can continue to bluff much more easily than someone on a shorter stack. Like, the probability of him facing future bets is higher as well. There's a friendly pot. Oh, and MV Pol says, "Look at all that dead money."
Yeah, it was friendly until now. Paul's has put his 1.6 million in the pot. That's only 20 big blinds, though. Let's see if anybody wants to make the call. Kofi Bryant. Oh, wow. What a trap. What a play here. That is a great play from Kofi Bryant. Understanding the dynamic at the table, understanding that if he called there, it would be too tempting for somebody to squeeze. Really unlucky, actually, for MV Pauls, by the way, who actually picked up a hand worthy of squeezing with ace jack.
Yeah, I think it was the right play with ace jack.
Kofi Bryant has 9 million chips. Nobody else has 7.
Yeah, and if you've been watching the stream with us for the last hour, you'll have seen him get pretty lucky to win a big 3-bet pot with king 10 off. Nothing lucky about winning with queens, obviously. Alice Dude with the 3-bet. And another big pot, 1.3 million in the middle.
Yeah, again, the average chip stack now 3.2 million. Blinds are now 50,000, 100,000. So we're still right around 32 big blinds.
Betting a call, leaving both of them with more or less a pot size bet. And a very dry 3 of clubs on the turn. Ellis Dude checks it back and faces a big bet on this river. If Ellis Dude has like ace king or ace queen or something, effectively the turn check was surrender, you'd have thought.
Our producers, our tech team are on the jokes. If they see good ones, they're sending them our way. I know we have awarded 3 already, and we're going to be here for a while. We have 34 players remaining. We're not going until we crown a champion, so we have plenty of time to award the remaining 7 $30 888 poker tickets. Again, we're looking for the funny story. We're looking for a good poker joke, and all you have to do is in the comment section over on the live stream on Facebook, write the joke, write the funny story. Make sure you include your username, your 888 poker username in there to be eligible to win. The free roll is starting in 9 minutes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Exciting.
I'm going to put a bounty on Nick's head.
That's not very nice.
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Do I get 10% of your action?
Yeah.
Okay, no bounty then.
Okay. You get 10% action and you get 10% when I win a ticket. Just to refresh your memory, we've got 5 tickets to the Sunday Mega Deep. It'll be next Sunday. $109 in value, up for grabs in the free roll for the top 5 finishers, completely free. So it's a really stacked free roll. Cash, if you don't hit the top 5, is available too. So jump in. Password is main event, all one word, main event. Restricted tab on the 888 lobby. And it's the XL Inferno daily free roll.
I'm generally a glass half full kind of guy. I'm an optimist.
That's true. You are.
Hashtag positivity. I subscribe to the Phil Hellmuth school of
Who
life.
doesn't? Yeah.
Hate. I have issues with the name. I hope it's just ironic. I hope he's or she is an incredibly positive person.
Or it's just their surname.
Could be.
Yeah.
Mr. Hate.
It could be Hattie. Could be.
Jack James is asking for a 12-pound bounty on Nick. I'll make you a deal. If you knock out Nick, I'm going to do it both ways. I'm going to be cheering for Nick.
If you knock me out and then you post in the chat.
If you knock Nick out, Nick, you have to confirm who knocked you out, by the way.
I have to remember, yeah.
I will buy that person a beer at the next 888 live event.
This is the hardest beer to win in history. They've got to be watching the stream, knock me out in a free roll of 1,000 players, report back to the stream, and then find you a live event, which aren't running at the moment.
I would say it's
a
maybe
challenge.
Maybe there's some obstacles there, but nothing wrong with some obstacles.
Right.
Keep in mind, there's a reasonable chance that if you just approached me, let's say, for example, we were in London in November or December for an 888 live event. If you approached me and said, "Hey, I knocked out Nick in the free roll. Can I get my beer?" I'll probably buy you one.
You probably will.
I'm not going to ask you "Oh, wait, what's your username? Let me check."
It's a big turn bet from Ellis Dude. Almost the size of the pot. Huge turn bet. Gets the job done. 50, 100,000 in the main event. 34 players remain.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
Let's see how much money they have locked up. They have $1,660 locked up. Imagine if you satellited in. Satellites were running around the clock for this one, so players here could have satellited in for just a few dollars and have 1,600 locked up. Amazing stuff. Kofi limps the small blind and gives up to a raise.
And down to 34 players right now. This will be our last hand before break. Jack James says, went to Malta 2 years ago. Best place I have ever played. Nick is certainly very fond of Malta. I have never
I'm
been.
fond of Malta. I'll be a Maltese citizen in 2 years, providing I don't divorce my wife.
Well, you got to at least stay the distance for 2 years, right? There you go.
Notice I said incorrectly, provided I don't just divorce my wife, and clearly it's the other way around. Anyway, we're on break.
We are on break. More Nick Wealthall, more The Plant, more divorce stories, and of course, more 888 Poker XL Inferno main event in just 5 short minutes. Don't go anywhere. More action in 5 minutes. Welcome back. Here we are at the 888 XL Inferno. I'm David Tuchman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. This is the main event. Blind still 50,000, 100,000. We're down to 34 players.
Yeah, as I was saying before the break, I'd expect it to slow down a little bit. It's been going, elimination's been going pretty quickly since we came on air. 32 big blind average stack. Maybe it slows down a little bit now.
Yeah, you certainly think that would be the case, I would imagine. So otherwise, we'll be done in an hour, and I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't think so either. Players have got $1,600 locked up. They're playing for $85,000 for first place, which is it's all right, isn't it? 85,000. What would you do with 85,000, David?
What would I do? I'd buy
If
a
you
new
won it
barbecue.
tonight, would you?
I'd buy a new barbecue. And I would get this. There's a great like foosball, but instead of like soccer, it's hockey.
Okay, nice. So responsible stuff.
Yes. That's I mean, am I supposed to do something responsible with it? I don't understand.
Yeah, you paid on your mortgage. That kind of thing.
XL Inferno main event, $250 got you in. And of course, a lot of these players satellited in for a lot less. 85,000 up top, as Nick just mentioned. We are still at table 119. Zach Zaidid, Garbina D, Kofe Bryant, our chip leader throughout with 9 million. Still nobody, by the way, nobody else has over 7 million. So certainly impressive.
Freeroll is still open if you want to join me and about 1,000 and several billion players chasing. How many players are there?
I was going to say,
1,073 players. Yeah, I'm in. I'm still in.
You're still in. Okay, good.
Yeah, if you want to play, it's the registered tab. XL Inferno live daily stream daily free roll, and we're playing for $509 tournament tickets, which is pretty awesome. Free to enter.
Not bad. Free money. I mean, it's just free. They're just giving it away, right?
You don't get this deal. You won't get this deal anywhere else.
No. It's good stuff.
Every time I look up, Kofi Bryant's in the pot. Like, I know he's in the big blind this time, but he's in a lot of pots.
Yeah, he's playing a lot of hands. And by the way, I mean, as a chip leader, why wouldn't he, right?
Yeah, it's not mandatory.
It is not mandatory.
A lot of chip leaders do play a lot of hands. Yeah, that is definitely true. And I was wrong. He wasn't in the big blind, interestingly. So pay attention, Nick.
He was under the gun there. Here he is in the big blinds. Hate, raising on the button to 200,000.
The min bet. Too rich for Kofi's blood that time.
Kind of surprising. I mean, I would have imagined that that must have just been bottom 5, bottom 10% of his range, I imagine, from what we've seen from him. We've got a couple of winners, by the way. So we do have a giveaway. We have this wonderful $30 888 poker ticket giveaway as well. Jack 6-5 is the flop. Kane Cantone and Zach Zadid are involved in this particular hand. And we're giving away these $30 888 poker tickets. Very simply, you just have to be eligible to play on the site and have an account. And we're looking for funny stories. We're looking for poker jokes. entertain us basically, and we are giving away 10 of them throughout this show. And I've got one here. We have Damas Samad has a joke for you, Nick. You ready to be humored?
Yes,
big
I
bet here
am.
from
Yes.
Cone Cantone.
That is a huge river bet.
Yeah, 1.1 million, pretty much pot size bet. And
yeah, puts Zach Zadid all in. And he does make the call. And it's a good call.
Wow. That was that. This is me impressed. He called it threes. I had to look twice on the board to see if he had a three up there or if there was a straight or something. No, just threes.
He called that bluff.
Wow. That's amazing. Okay, so Damas
Nice.
Samad has just won a $30 888 poker ticket. Here's the joke. You ready?
Yeah.
A doctor answers his phone at home on a Friday night. His colleague says, "We need an eighth player for poker." Doctor replies, "Hold on, I'll be there ASAP." As he was grabbing his coat and keys, his wife asks him, "Is it serious?" He looks at his wife and says, "It sure is. There are already 7 other doctors there." Get it?
I'm laughing at how unfunny it was.
That's a good one. I mean, you could see this is like 2 different things. I mean, he totally tricked his wife, right? Which is awesome. And
Right.
And also he could say it's really serious because doctors are notoriously not very good poker players, so he wants to get in the game.
Oh, I didn't get that bit at all.
The double meaning.
I didn't get the doctors are bad at poker bit.
Just another
aspect to it.
I think so. I don't see why not. Anyway, congratulations to
Congratulations.
Damas Samad.
Congratulations. This competition has not changed my opinion of poker jokes so far.
No, it has not. Yeah, poker jokes not the strongest thing in the world, huh? I get it. Jack James wants to know if you made your toast, Nick.
No, I carved up before tonight's broadcast. So got myself some of that slow release carb energy in just before going on air via some of my wife's delicious pasta. So
nice. What was it? What kind of pasta?
It was just a pasta salad. We actually had a picnic. We had a picnic this afternoon.
You had a picnic?
A picnic.
Okay.
In a field. Well, a park.
In a field. Okay.
Yeah, in the park. So I'm just going to eat the rest of the picnic slowly through the evening. And I wasn't really planning on updating you, but
I think it's nice. What park did you go to?
Just a park in London. I don't know what to say where.
Any particular park?
Well, no, because like people are losing their jobs for going to the wrong park with the wrong number of people and all that kind of thing. I'm just worried about it. There are strict rules.
Kofi Bryant, we look up, and once again, Kofi Bryant involved in the hand. This is I mean, with these two players, you think it could be a big pot. With this particular run out, it doesn't look like it. Pot is only 630,000. $10 on the river. Garbina's going to take that one down up to 6.7 million. Kofi Bryant still pacing the field on 9.3 million. In second place right now is Junie Juniors on 7.9, A3 Connect on 7.2, Cifre Rosario, our good friend from before, on 7.2 million. Garbina, though, currently 5th in chips. So we have 1 and 5 in chips at this table. And Garbina not afraid to play hands with Kofi Bryant. So certainly could be the making of a big pot at some point. We'll see how it plays out.
Garbina called the raise from the small blind, so make of that what you will.
Against the chip leader.
Yeah.
So you'd imagine that's a fairly strong range, right?
It is always king, queen.
Always. I think Ace Jack's a lot in there.
Yeah, Ace Jack. I'm joking.
King Jack suited.
It's not always King Queen, obviously. Yeah, yeah, one of them. Well, he's called now with Jacks, with Jack on the board, so you could be right.
The 4 certainly is going to be in hates range a lot more. Jack 9. Okay. I got to chop this one up. No, Jack 8. Pardon me. My bad. Wow,
And you
hate
chop
8
this
did not.
one up half to 888 and half to 888.
Yeah. You know what? I was just so flabbergasted by the fact that he did not bet 2 pair. I mean, I guess, did he think that the ace on the river stops him from getting called by worse?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, hard to say.
Once again, thanks for joining us. The XL Inferno, the main event. This is what we've been talking about. 500,000 guarantee. We beat that. We crushed it. First place, 85,000. Second place, 60,000. Third place, 46,000. This is for a $250 buy-in tournament. I mean, you think about it. For $250 and less, if people satellited in or won the free roll, you could win life-changing money. You could win a year's salary in one day.
Bad news from the free roll, David.
Oh, no. You're out already?
I'm
That's
out.
it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
I didn't even give you a...
That was quick. What happened?
I got it in with an overpair and somebody hit a gut shot against me. Classic free roll action.
Well,
and the registration's still open. That's the kind of fun that awaits you.
That's amazing.
Over in the free roll.
13 minutes in, registration is still open. Password, by the way, is main event. We're giving away 5 $109 tickets over at 888 Poker. Plus, there's more cash. And if you enter right now with that password, main event, you will have finished higher than Nick Wealthall.
That's correct. You can feel good about your life.
Who knocked you out?
I have no idea. Some bozo.
Well, now I'm just going to have to give anybody who asks me at the next live event a beer.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll do that, I guess.
I mean, I don't hate them. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. Good luck to them. I hope they go out in the next 3 minutes.
Hey, well, they got a beer out of this. They're free rolling already.
That's true.
So we've awarded 4. Oh, I've got a 5th winner in the $30 888 Poker Tournament giveaway. Are you ready to be entertained, Nick Wealthall?
Yes. When's that going to start? No.
Here it is. This is it. It's our good friend, Jeanette Bull. She has been with us from the start. She has been here for every broadcast.
Thank you, Jeanette. We appreciate it.
Love Jeanette.
I'm happy you're a winner.
By the way, we have 3 of the top 7 biggest stacks at this table.
Cool.
We have 4 of the top 10 stacks at this table. We're down to 4 tables, by the way. Here it is, Jeanette Bull. It's a joke. The Invisible Man, the Wolf Man, and Dracula play poker. They tried to get the Mummy to play, but he had no skin in the game. The Invisible Man tried to bluff, but people saw right through him.
Yeah.
Dracula ended up bleeding them dry, leaving the Wolfman howling mad. Username Stone90. It's kind of clever.
I think I'd have cut the Wolfman.
Yeah. The Wolfman doesn't really add much to it.
It was definitely kind of clever.
You get it? They tried to get the Mummy to play, but he had no skin in the game.
I enjoyed that bit. Like, I thought that was the best bit. Like, maybe
Invisible Man tried to bluff.
Maybe put that at the end.
They could see right through him. Yeah, get rid of the Wolfman. But nonetheless, Jeanette Bull, congratulations. Username Stone90. You have just won yourself a $30 888 poker ticket. Well done.
Well done. Nice. I was entertained. It's going to be really bad when all these prizes you've given away are invalidated because they're not funny stories, they're jokes, and the competition was funny stories.
You stop it, okay?
And the bureaucrats will come after you.
Well, you know what? If they do, then I will send in $30 ticket to each and every person.
Probably attached to a beer. That's your, innit?
There we
Your
go.
brand. That's your brand.
A beer. I need a beer right now. I've got to talk to the suits over at 888 and see if I can drink a beer on stream. You think they'd be okay with it?
I don't know. I don't know.
This is not beer. Or is it? Garbina, who's been very active at 6.1 million, involved with Dolce.
Well, 3 ways. Ellis is here as well. Dolce was the pre-flop raiser. Must be super
By the way, we
tempting
have a new
for
chip
Ellis
leader.
to try and win this.
CV Rosario teetering on the 10 million chip mark.
Yeah, Ellis bets here. Like I said, it's a good spot to bet. I mean, nobody wants to win this pot. You might as well try and win the pot. Obviously, Ellis could also have the best hand, but it is a good spot to bet.
For sure.
No question.
And that's always the thing in poker. It's kind of interesting because there are spots where, wow, this is a really good bluff card. That doesn't mean your player you're playing against doesn't also have it sometimes. That's why it becomes a good card, because they are going to have that a number of times. 28 players remain. We're going to watch this hand play out, and then we're going to head over to table 116 and see what CV Rosario is up to.
If you're kind of struggling, here's a tip. Literally a tip. If you're struggling to find bluffing spots, so you're not sure you're bluffing or you're aggressive enough in your game, a good thing to watch out for is when you have a hand and you make a value bet and the other player passes or other players pass, it's good to ask yourself, okay, well, that's interesting. I bet there and I got 2 folds, or I got a fold. So I could have bluffed there. So then think, well, what were the component parts of that spot? And that will start you thinking about, well, hang on, this could actually be a bluffing spot the times that I don't have a hand. So
it's a great point. It's a great point, and it's so simple, Nick. People don't think about it and just go, the times where you get really annoyed because you had a hand, right? And you're like, why didn't I get called here? You think, and all you got to do is start thinking, okay, well, maybe this is a spot where I can bluff. Was it the sizing? Was it the texture of the flop? Texture of the turn, the river, whatever it might have been. We get a 3-bet here. Garbina making it 252 on the button. Hate, going 864. There's the call. Pot is 1.9 million. These guys have chips. By the way, CV Rosario now over 10 million. We'll head over there in a moment or two. $2.8 million in there now.
Yeah, huge pot.
Yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Garbina. Yes, if he doesn't have a 7 or a 5, obviously. If he has a 7 or 5, obviously the hand becomes very easy to play. But if you don't have a 7 or 5, it can be quite difficult. Hate is going to have all the overpairs in his range. Garbina going into tank on this one on the turn. Check. 6 of diamonds on the river. Straight's got there. Flush got there. Hate. Trying to get the showdown. It would appear Ace Queen versus Ace 10.
Chop it up.
They are going to chop that one up. I think Garbina missed an opportunity there on the river. I don't want to say on the turn that he missed much. I don't know if he's, obviously we can see what this opponent had, and certainly he did. But I think on the river there, your opponent in all likelihood has an ace as well. I think you could put a lot of pressure on him. You can represent straights. You can represent the flush. I think you would bet those hands for value. What do you think on that one? Getting all in here, 9s versus aces. Garbina in trouble. No help for him, and I believe that is Dolce, who just won a monster pot, 6.6 million in there. Garbina D down to 2.9, Dolce up to 6.6. So talk about that last hand on the river when the 6 of diamonds falls off on a 7-7, 5-5. You think he should be bluffing that with the ace-10?
Well, he's not really bluffing, is he? He's trying to get the same hand to fold.
Although, I mean, can he ever get a bigger pair to fold even?
I don't know.
Can he get
eights?
jacks to fold?
He checked the turn, so we're supposed to believe that he trapped with his monster.
Or had a flush. I mean, why couldn't he have a flush draw?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, you are turning your ace into a bluff, aren't you? I
mean, I just feel like the way that hand plays out, ace-10 has no showdown value. You know, your opponent, I mean, I would have just imagined that your opponent would have bluffed at it at some point if it did.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, it doesn't really have showdown value.
No, it's hate, all in here, 3.9 million. That is a monster bet. Cantone is the player who actually tried a big bluff earlier on. I have noticed throughout my career, the players that do bluff are the ones that kind of believe that other players can bluff too. I feel like people, poker players, assume that other players play the same way they do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, largely, yeah, decently true, I think.
So Cohen tried the pot size bluff with the ace deuce earlier on. Zach Zadid looked him up with threes. This time, hate, betting 3.9 million.
Yeah, only
there's the all in. There's a call. And oh wow, yeah. And he was bluffing. Look at that. Bluffing. Called him with a 4.
The bluff catchy becomes the bluff catcher from the previous hand.
I was going to, I like it. Zach Zadid says, wow. And Dolce echoes that sentiment. That was a great call there by Cohn. I was going to switch to the chip leader, but this table just so much action, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, it's a lot of action.
I feel like we should stick around for a little bit. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for the XL Inferno main event. 500,000 guaranteed. We beat that. Queens versus Ace-5. There's the heart draw. Queens hold. Hate at 1.1 million. These players not afraid to put their chips in the pot. All in here for hate. Under 10 big blinds.
Yeah, this could be a really fast exit from what was a pretty competitive stack.
That's a huge win. Under 10 big blinds, and he gets it through. Zach Zadid at 2.5, Garbina on 2.7. Kofe, still the chip leader at this table, second throughout the tournament. Jack 10 versus Queen 10. Queen 10 is good here. Makes the straight. Action flop. And hate, just like that, up to 2.9 million. Okay, so apparently, Nick, I'm glad you're on top of this. So the doctor story, apparently I had the wrong username. So apparently it's Maddie888. So Maddie888 wins that $30 ticket. Thank you, Nick, for being on top of that.
I'm across a lot of things at the moment, David. Putting out fires everywhere.
I kind of feel like your gregarious personality and your ability to put out fires is why you
Yes.
work constantly.
Do you think those two things?
I think so.
It's a rare combo.
Have you noticed my my poker T-shirt, by the way? I wore the special for today.
Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Looks really cheap. Where'd you get it?
I might have to stand up. Come on, these are the fine people over at Run Good Poker.
Okay.
Tana actually made me the shirt special.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I apologize to the people that run good poker. I was just trying to take the Mickey. I was trying to take the Mickey
I
out,
know.
David, not your merchandise.
I think clearly he knew that.
I didn't even really look properly. It's just like a reflex. It's
You
just
just
a
assumed.
reflex.
You know. Listen. In fairness, you have seen what I have worn over the years. Assuming that it was probably trash is a safe assumption.
Yeah.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here.
Although you're really strange because sometimes I turn up for commentary and you're like in a really nice shirt.
Once in a while, I like the surprise.
Right.
There was a point where I was wearing like vests and stuff. I would wear like a dress, like a vest, and a nice button-down shirt and a pair of pants. And got an all in here. Ace King versus Ace King. No action though. Let's chop this baby up and move on. Once again, thanks for joining us. Freeroll still underway, and you can still register for that. Password for that is main event. Main event is the password. Get in on there. We're giving away over $500 in 888 tournament tickets plus cash.
Yeah, play if you want. Yeah, it's basically a waste of time though. It's 100% rigged against the good players. Not really. That was a joke. Crikey. It was a joke. I went out the free roll, all right? That's what it's a reference to. 26 players in the main event, David. Only 26 left.
Yeah. 3 tables. I mean, this is where I think you've got to somehow keep your emotions at bay. Because if you look at the prize pool, if you look at the payouts, you can really get ahead of yourselves. I know ahead of yourself. I've done this in the past. I mean, the remaining 26 players are all guaranteed just about $2,000, right? Which is phenomenal.
Yeah, great.
But this is where you can look at that prize, the payouts, and go, oh, wow. Third place is 46,000. Second place is 60. First place is 85. And you start thinking ahead, and you rather than really just focusing on the decision right in front of you.
Start thinking about your hockey foosball table thing.
Yeah. Start thinking about the barbecue that I'm going to build in the backyard. I mean, I get excited. By the way, those barbecue islands are not cheap, mind you.
If you won this tournament, we've got a big river bet here from Cone Contione.
Yeah. Who certainly has shown that he can bluff here.
Mm-hmm.
This is a nice little spot to bluff. I mean, Queen Jack got there, diamonds missed, but backdoor clubs got there. He's going to put Kofe to the test. Kofe, by the way, now down to 7.3 million. Certainly plenty of chips, but now he is third. So you're saying if I won this, what?
What percentage would you spend on nonsense?
Well, do you consider my barbecue nonsense?
Yeah.
It's a nice barbecue island. I need it for the backyard. I want to entertain and stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's something you want, though, isn't it? Like that's not like investing, putting in your 401k or whatever you have, or investing or whatever. So
I see where you're going.
What percentage would you spend on like fun?
I see where you're going.
What percentage would your wife allow you to spend on fun?
And if we want to go down this route about like bankroll management and have a semi-serious conversation about it, my wife has nothing to do with my poker bankroll whatsoever. I think I've proven through the years. She does. I mean, when I win and lose the amount I play when I'm playing cash, I think it's just really difficult for somebody who doesn't play poker to conceptualize and deal with.
Yeah.
You come home and lose. You come home and lose $2,500. It's like, what? How you can't lose that? You're like, that's just poker. So. As a general rule of thumb, I will take a percentage of all of my wins, cash game wins as well, and I will funnel that back into my bankroll. I will take a small percentage of every one of my wins, cash game, tournaments or whatever, and I will funnel that into like life investing, like whether it be savings, 401k, health insurance, whatever it might be. Save it for a rainy day, so to speak. Like this, for example. I mean, the last 2 months obviously I think qualifies as a rainy day.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to have some. So I will take a percentage of each and put some in the bankroll, some into my savings, rainy day, retirement, whatever it might be. And then I will have some where, cool, hey, let's go get a barbecue. Let me get a stupid pinball machine. Let me buy that awesome hat.
That awesome hat.
That awesome hat. Got an all in here. Not going to get looked up here. Pro 100 player gets it through. Blinds now 70,000, 140,000.
Yeah, they've crept up. No question.
Well, it's funny. 15 minutes online is the equivalent to 1 hour live when it comes to how many hands you get and how much poker you get in. But in terms of like actual time, it just goes quick.
It's still like 15 minutes. Yeah.
Right. I do expect it to slow down just a bit, though. Average stack, by the way, 4.1 million. So just under 30 big blinds. How do you like that math?
It was good. I haven't checked it.
It is correct. 4.2 million would be 30
That's
big
right.
blinds.
You're right. You're correct.
What's up, Archibald Ramsey? I see you. Berlin Cowboy. Bobo 13. Vinny Lassus. Joe Blog. Thanks so much for joining us over at the YouTube channel. If you guys want to be, you guys can hang out there, watch it over there. If you want to be part of the giveaway, though, you do have to send us your funny story, aka poker joke, in the Facebook comment section. Make sure you include your username. Jose Oliveira says hello from Brazil. For all our friends in Brazil, please be safe, stay healthy. For anybody out there in the world, obviously, our thoughts with you. Getting all in here from Garbina. Not afraid to put his chips in the pot. Hate. Doesn't like that situation. He lets it go. Kofi Bryant went from playing, he had a VPIP of like 84% for about 40 minutes.
Yeah, he did.
But has not played many hands since. But he does raise there and take it up to 8 million now.
Morthy in chat, you want the password for the free roll. It's main event. I don't know if it's still open.
I believe it is. I believe registration is open. There's been some, back and forth, but I do believe the registration is still open. You can go check it out. Of course, it's at the restricted tabs. Find that free roll. And again, we're giving away, what is it, 5 $109 tournament tickets?
That is correct. And some cash. So you cannot go wrong.
No, can't go wrong at all.
Worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario is you jump in the free roll, you get it in with an overpair and someone hits a gut shot against you. That's the worst thing that can happen.
Is that the worst?
Free roll. That's the worst. The worst.
That's the worst, huh?
The actual worst. "24 players remain in the XL Inferno main event. So 3 tables, 8 players at each table.
Raise from Kofe. Cone is going to re-raise him. He's going to 3-bet him. Back go to Kofe Bryant. There are only a few minutes left of late registration. It is still open. Cone going to take that one down now at the 7.6 million. I like Cone's game. I mean, the ability to make a hero call and the ability to bluff. Very difficult when the stakes are as high as they are right now. So I give him credit. I want to see how this guy plays the rest of the way. I'm just browsing through the final 23 players. Don't really recognize any players left here. So apparently late reg is 40 minutes long for these. So you have about 3 minutes left. Get in there. If you are not registered for that free roll, use the password main event, get in there. It's free. There's no money. Like all you have to do is like press a few buttons and you're in.
Hit the restricted tab, XL Inferno daily free roll. I think.
By the way, shout out to my partner Nick here. It is now 3:30 in the morning for him.
Oh yeah.
And you've never looked better.
That's not true. IRL. I've got lights on me. Got beautiful filter on my camera. Got the joie de vie that comes with working with you, David.
I've heard that before. If I had a nickel for everybody who told me that.
2 nickels?
I think that would be my first nickel, actually.
Okay, yeah.
But I'd be excited about it. I'm really excited about that nickel.
Yeah, you should be. I have a new chip leader, Johnny Jr. Johnny Jr. has 12.7 million. That's a lot of chips.
That is a lot of chips.
Pro
average
shoves.
I was going to say average right now is 4.7 million. When you play poker tournaments, do you focus on what the average stack is, or do you really just focus on what your stack is relative to the blinds?
I mean, I don't play many tournaments, but it's B. The average chip stack's just not irrelevant. So the average chip stack's good for people like us watching a tournament. It's good for you to understand where all these players are at. But if you're playing a tournament, you don't want to pay the average chip stack any attention at all because it doesn't affect any of your decisions.
Yeah.
Maybe when you get down to the last, still doesn't affect any decisions. It's just not relevant.
It's advice I've always given people when I'm covering like the World Series of Poker main event, and you start with so many chips, and early on, let's say you lose a couple of hands and you lose a third of your stack, players get a little discouraged and they can start reaching and start forcing things, rather than letting the game come to them. And I think that can be a huge mistake because what ends up happening is they look at the average stack, they think to themselves, well, I've got to get back to that average, without actually thinking, no, I don't. The average means nothing right now. I have 140 big blinds. Just play poker.
4-bet from Kofi here. It's a very small 4-bet.
It is.
It wins. We will never know.
That certainly represents a lot of strength there.
But bear in mind that even if you decided you wanted to get back to the average, there's nothing you can do in a poker tournament. You can't control your stack. It's not like a running race. You can't do anything. So, like the best advice anyone can give you is to focus like a laser beam on the 8 other players at your table. They're the only people you can win chips from.
Yep.
So they're the only people that are of any interest to you.
It's great advice. I mean, it's almost like the equivalent, and it's not, but it's almost the equivalent of sitting down in a cash game, buying in for 200 big blinds. So you certainly have plenty. And then somebody else sits down and just wants to buy in for 1,000 big blinds just for the heck of it, right? And then you think to yourself, I have to have more chips than him. You would never think that in a cash game. We're playing my stack. That's it.
Right.
So,
I mean, the real challenge of being a good tournament player, which is very difficult, is to constantly adjust to your stack. Because obviously the plays you can make with 20 big blinds are very different to the plays you can make with 50 big blinds. But when your stack moves between the two as often as it does in a tournament, it's hard to adjust, and then hard to adjust compared to other stacks at the table. But that's really the
That's the game.
challenge. That's the
Yeah.
game. Yeah.
Many years ago, I did a podcast. My podcast is called Under the Gun. It's free. You can check it out on iTunes. You can also check it out at Crush Live Poker. Totally free podcast. Anyway, many years ago, I had Jesse Sylvia on, who finished in second place to Greg Merson many years ago. Jesse, of course, has done commentary for 888 Poker. Great guy. We love him over at 888 Poker. Anyway, Jesse was talking about this, and he said, I've always been a cash game player, and I've always kind of, like a lot of cash game players, kind of held my nose up at tournament players, because I was like, a lot of cash game players would look down at tournament players like, you guys are inferior to us. But when he made his deep run that year and got coached by Vanessa Selbst, it kind of opened his eyes to all of the different variables in tournament poker and how difficult it is to actually be a very good tournament player. Constantly staying on top of how many chips all your opponents have, how many chips you have, where you are in the tournament, what each person's motivation is, and what they're trying to accomplish in different spots. Really difficult, I think, and a skill that I think, if anything, should be kind of respected. And it's certainly something that Jesse learned when he made that deep run that year at the main event.
Yeah, I don't think anyone doubts that anymore. I think back in the day, tournaments were looked down on, but not so much anymore, I don't think.
No, for sure not. This is, like I said, this is a podcast I did a while ago with Jesse. Archibald Ramsey says, Tuck, Nick, well, I guess this is from me. He says, when do you think American players will be able to play internationally online again? Is there any progress on online poker legislation in America? Unfortunately, not really when it comes to international. There has been some progress on a state-by-state basis to allow players to play either within their state, or some states have pooled their resources so you can play in two different states, like New Jersey and Nevada, for example. But from an international and federal standpoint, there really hasn't been much progress at all.
Good news from Tuck.
Good news. Yeah, great news.
Can you sort it out? Come on.
I'm trying. I mean, like I said, it's now legal in 5 or 6 states, I want to say. And as sports betting becomes legal on a state-by-state basis.
What's happening in California?
No, California is such a cluster. Unfortunately, we have so many different factions, and they all have different interests, and they all have a lot of money and deep political ties and a lot of money. And when you start putting a lot of people in a room together that all want different things, nothing happens. It's terrible.
It's fine for them to all want different things, but couldn't they all want online poker?
Yeah, but they all want it in a different way. They all want online poker. They all say they do, but then one person wants it this way, and then the other person wants it this way, and so forth and so on. And then there are some operators that believe online poker will hurt their brick and mortar casino. They don't realize that poker is the popularity of poker. If you rise the tide, all the boats come up. They don't believe that. I wish I had a better answer for you. 1.6 million in the pot. Garbina all in for about 10 big blinds. He gets called. That's not usually good news. Kofe Bryant should be pretty strong here. He is nines, but queen jack, live cards. Looking for a jack or a queen. That is not a jack or a queen. And Garbina is out in 22nd place. 21 left, Nick.
Yeah, getting to it. 21 left in the XL main event. If you're just joining us or you missed the start, $85,000 is first place money.
What?
So, yeah, just for clicking buttons. Amazing.
I mean, you didn't even have to put on clothes today, and you could win $85,000.
It's true.
That's amazing. All in here from Ellis Dude.
Yeah, it has roughly the same chip stack as A3 Connect. So this puts a lot of pressure on A3, obviously.
Yeah, it's a 20 big blind shove. Really hard to call if you're A3 Connect. Blinds 80,160, as I just said. I want to welcome all of you who are joining us on YouTube, Facebook, wherever you might be watching. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action here for the XL Inferno main event. 85,000 up top, prize pool exceeding $500,000. And we have whittled away 1,623 players down to just 21.
I have no way to verify this, but Morton Hard in chat says Cone Contoin is Danish for the wife's account, which I find quite hilarious. I have absolutely no idea if that's true or not, but it's quite funny.
You know what? Let's run with it.
Let's run with it.
I want to shout out to our good men, Alexander and Matt, who are making this broadcast possible. Without them, it would be Nick and I behind the technology. So you'd be seeing nothing.
That's true. Nothing.
Nothing at all. It would just be Nick and I talking to each other.
Yeah. Imagine the hell.
I think we could. I believe that you and I could somehow figure out a way to do a Zoom conversation. It was just you and me. But more than that, we'd be lost.
Yeah, of course. $20 players left. These players are, well, they've locked up $1,900. A couple more eliminations, and there'll be a little money jump as we close in on the really big money. Pretty big anyway, especially if you satellite it in. Wonder how our free roll ticket winners did. We don't know.
We do not know. Zach's Zaidid betting 283,000 into a pot of just under 1 million.
So a lot of draws missed here. Like, Kofi could easily have Broadway cards. All that.
Or that indeed. Zach Zadid up to 3.9 million. Kofi Bryant still healthy at 9.1 million. Currently third in chips. We're going to head over to table 116 in just a moment. And let's head over to 116 right now, as we have our chip leader at this table involved in a huge pot. CB Rosario and Junie Juniors involved in a 7.9 million chip pot. Ace 4-4 is the flop. 8 of spades on the turn.
So this must be a 3-bet pot.
It certainly would appear to be. So picking up the action with this monster pot developing.
So what, they both have under pairs to the ace maybe or something? I don't know. We didn't see the start of this hand, but I'm quite sure how so much money got in the middle.
Junie Juniors in the tank.
How'd you get 8 million in the middle here?
Bets 2.3 million. Well, there's 10 million in there now. The winner of this pot will be our chip leader, regardless of who it is. Getting a good price. You're getting almost 5 to 1.
Yeah, I want to call so I can see the card.
Right. I want to see. I'm getting 5 to 1. No. Let's it go. And Junie Juniors just won the biggest pot of the tournament And he is now our overwhelming chip leader, up to 18.2 million chips. Thanks for joining us here. The XL Inferno main event, 500,000 was the guarantee. We surpassed that, and we are 20 players remaining. 20 players remain, 19 away from awarding a champion and, of course, a first place prize of $85,000. I'm dying. I wish I could replay that hand. I really want to know what's going on there. Junior says good fold, though. Which means nothing, right?
Well, CV Rosario said king versus ace when he folded. So I don't know. It could have been a full bet pot pre-flop. I was trying to work out how you get 8 million in on the, we came in on the turn, which was check. So they managed to get 8 million in pre-flop and flop. So maybe it was a full bet pot.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that CV Rosario had some sort of big pair and just decided not to bleed any more chips. Who knows? I don't mind cards down, but every once in a while, you do want to just see, you want to kind of get a little payoff at the end. Be like, what do they have there?
Yeah, definitely. Pots like that for sure.
$2.9 million here. Dolce, we saw him win a pot earlier on. When I'm saying him, by the way, could very easily be a woman, obviously.
Yeah, these look like bets that want to get called. $500,000 on the last street. And pretty small river bet. Gets shoved on. Wow. Hard to see that coming.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that one coming either.
Don't get a lot of check raise shoves on the river. And this is the poker player's nightmare. If Dolce was value betting with something that he thought was best but isn't nutty, and gets shoved on, you feel a bit sick, right?
Yeah, you end up getting yourself into this weird kind of like spot where do you level yourself? You think, okay, well, as a chip leader, is he making a move on me? Does he, is he perceiving my small bet as kind of a weaker value bet? And is he capitalizing on that? Is he trying to exploit that? It's one of the reasons why you really want to be balanced, why you want to have, some nutted hands when you bet small in those situations. Or just make some calls with the top of your range. It's tough. I think any poker player out there has leveled themselves in the past. That's for sure, right? The tomato hurling is commenced. I love this part of the game.
I should point out, Junior with his 20 million chips has double the second place person in the tournament. That's pretty unusual with 20 players left.
Right, he could double up the guy who has the second most chips, right? And still be in second place.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick.
Crazy.
By the way, players are going to go on a break in about a minute. And when they go on a break, we will, of course, take that break as well. It's only a 5-minute break, so just enough time to get yourself a drink, take your dog for a walk, give your significant other a kiss, tell them, hey, you guys are missing some great poker. Nick, don't wake up your significant other to give her a kiss.
No, that would not go down well.
She'll be mad at you.
Yeah.
Action table. I'm glad we switched over to this one. CV Rosario, who has been our chip leader at times over the last couple of hours. Currently with a healthy 7 million chip stack. Sorry, Nick, what were you saying?
I was saying we're on break.
We are on break indeed. You're right. Players are going on a quick 5-minute break. More XL Inferno main event action in 5 short minutes. Hello, 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 and welcome back. We are here for the 888 XL Inferno main event. $250 was the buy-in. 1,623 players ponied up that amount of money, or of course, satellited in. Maybe they won their spot in the free roll. However, they got here, and we are now down to 20 lucky players, each of them vying for first place and, of course, the title. First place, $85,177. A ton of money up for grabs. We'll see how these players play it out. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm David Tuchman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. The free roll registration has closed. Let us know how you're doing in it if you're still in there. Hopefully, one of you lucky ones can win that $109 tournament ticket. Nick Wealthall was not able to do that. And of course, we still have more giveaways for looking for funny stories, good poker jokes, all poker related, obviously. All you need to do is go over to the comments section over at Facebook in the live stream. Tell us your funny poker joke, poker story, and make sure you include your 888 username. Hi, Nick.
Hi, David. The breaks are fast, aren't they?
They are quick. Yes, very quick. 5 minutes goes by quick. Did you make yourself toast or anything?
No, I grabbed a little snack, and yeah.
I got myself a glass of water. That was about it. I did walk by my wife and my son eating dinner. Got to smell it, but not eat it.
No dinner for you.
No dinner. No soup for you.
No soup for you.
You know, in the scheme of, I know you're a writer, a storyteller. When you think of not only great shows,
Yes,
but great shows within a show, I feel like the Soup Nazi episode of Seinfeld has to go down as one of the best.
For sure.
Doesn't it? I mean, got an all in here from Sue the Man. 1.7 million. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000. There's a call. Jack's first 7-8. There's an 8. And the 9. Jack's hold. Wow, Ribamec 15. Just gambling there, huh?
Yeah. Figured See the Man could be light, I suppose, but you don't often want to be calling off with 8 high, but
yeah.
You never know your luck in the big city, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think he got himself into the issue of once you open that hand, it's really, really hard to fold it to like a 7 big blind shove. I guess the answer there is just don't open 8-7 hearts when you're this shallow. What do you think?
What did he open it off? What was his stack? Just under half of Suman's.
Right.
He had like
0.4, 17 big blinds.
17 big blinds.
The problem is he had shorter stacks behind him. So, and one of those shorter stacks moves all in. He feels compelled to call, right? And then it ends up being more than half his stack with 8 high.
So what do you do?
Just fold, or move all in. I mean,
yeah.
Depending on what position. I mean, if he's in late position, I think moving all in is fine as well. No, nonetheless, though, Ribamec is down to 1.5 million, or just under 8 big blinds right now. So now he finds himself very, very short. By the way, if you're following us on Facebook, obviously we are here at table 116, which has our chip leader, Juni Juniors, with 20.7 million. If you want to follow it on 888 on 888 Poker the client, you can actually listen to the broadcast and also open the other 2 tables as well. We only have 3 tables going on at a time right now.
So this is that spot. See the Man has that spot, which happens a lot late in tournaments where he's got 19 big blinds and he's under the gun. He's got bigger stacks to act. And you can get yourself into a world of trouble in this situation where you just make an opening raise.
Is the play at this point, as unsexy as it is, really just tight is right at that point?
I would have thought so, yeah. And like, there's a lot of argument for just, you know, when you do play, just shipping your stack and not giving yourself any possibility of, you know, folding the best hand or getting into really difficult um, decisions. It can feel a bit alien if you're not used to shoving that big, but it's often your best option. You can
And
fold, of course.
this is part of the skill set, of being a tournament player, having the ability to adapt and, adjust your game depending on where you're at. And Ace King of Diamonds, yeah, it's a great hand, but
Well,
when
Ace King's
you get called and you're out of position, you're like, now what? Especially when you miss.
yeah, right, exactly. Obviously, it's harder to go wrong if you've got a hand that strong. It's when you have a hand like, I don't know, pocket eights or something, that it gets a bit confusing sometimes for players.
Yeah. But to your point, I mean, even a hand as strong as that, Ace King on a flop like that, how much heat was he really going to take?
Oh, as in, like, what was he going to do if he faced bets or whatever?
Yeah, if he faces more than one bet. I mean, he can check call one street, but is he going to do that two streets? Probably not. Blinds are 100,000, 200,000.
Jamming with Ace King and Ace Queen with that stack in that position makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, Dolce is taking your advice. He is moving all in for his last 5 big blinds.
Yeah, that's a little easier to figure.
Definitely easier, no doubt about that. And Dolce takes it down. That's a huge win.
Got it through.
How do you get a 5 big blind?
How do you get it through the 20 million chip leader in the big blind?
That's what I mean. I mean,
Incredible.
I was trying to think. I know with 5 big blinds, you still have a little bit of fold equity. I do know that's for sure, but not a ton. I mean, you're just getting a really good price to call. Nonetheless, here we are. We continue. All in here from Junie Juniors. Not going to get called. He continues to have twice as many chips as the player who is second in chips. With 19 players remaining, I'm going to go on a limb and say that's good.
Yeah, we would all trade places with him right now. That would be pretty sweet.
Well, I'm not changing. I don't know where he is right now. I'm not trading places with somebody. I don't know where he is. All in. Queen 8, ace 3. There's a queen. We're looking for a spade or an ace. Not going to come. And that's it. We have an elimination. We're down to 18 players, and we should be down to 2 tables with that. So we'll get out of this table here, which is table 116. Let's head over to Kofi Bryant's table, which should be table 119, I believe.
So I've actually seen a lot of players on this table playing tonight. We might have seen all of them already on the stream, in fact.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. The fact that we kind of picked this up with so many players, so few players left, we got to know them all really. So yeah, we are at Kofi Bryant's table once again. Down to 2 tables, 18 players left. Our remaining 18 players, by the way, all guaranteed $2,200.
Yeah, significant. I do say this all the time, but it's well worth playing satellites as part of your whatever you play in poker. It's well worth playing satellites.
Yeah,
because,
it's amazing.
Like, the value and the ability to play for in a bigger event than you usually buy into, obviously, but also to develop your game if you play in those bigger events. And also, people don't play satellites that well, as a general rule, so they are an opportunity for you. No two ways about it. A3 connectors shoved 13, nearly 14 big blinds.
Ace king versus fours. There's the king.
He's in trouble.
Yep. Trouble indeed. No 4 to save the player. And we are down to 17. Conton is has shown to be a very creative player. We've seen him make a huge bluff. We've seen him make a huge hero call. Certainly a creative player. And if you give him chips, I imagine very dangerous now with 12.3 million, currently in second place. Okay, we got another winner. Remember, we're giving away 10 $30 888 poker tournament tickets we're looking for funny poker jokes, funny poker stories. You got to put them over in the Facebook comment section of the live stream. Make sure you include your username. We have a winner number 6. Nick.
Hello.
4:12 in the morning. Oh, aces versus 9-10. We got outs. That's not one of them. 6 of hearts on the river. Aces hold.
Short stack survives. Doubles up.
Pro 100 player up to 3.1 million. Hate at 3 million. Something you're not going to hate, Nick, is this funny joke. Janina, who is the username of Jay Mankoff, says, last night I stayed up late playing poker with tarot cards. I got a full house and 4 people died.
Funny joke.
Keep in mind, that is Nick laughing. Everybody.
I have heard that joke before, but I do think it's a funny joke. A worthy prize winner.
Apparently it's a Stephen Wright joke.
Oh, yeah.
Well Stephen done, Wright. Janina. Janina, you win. Jay Mankoff. Congratulations. You just won yourself a $30 888 poker tournament ticket.
Stephen Wright is a genius. Do you know any Stephen Wright jokes? No.
No, I mean, I might recognize one, but I would not know one off the top of my head now. I want to thank you all for joining us here, guys. Keep us company. 888 Poker, the main event, the XL Inferno series has been a fantastic run here. May 14th through the 24th. We've had events all different sizes, and of course, culminating in this one, the $250 buy-in, $500K main event. The remaining 17 players, by the way, all guaranteed $2,269. Nick, $2,269.
Nice.
Nick, how often are you up at 4:14 in the morning?
Not very often these days.
What are you doing? If you are up, what are you doing?
Commentating on poker.
There you go. Fair enough. Sue the man, all in. Hate makes the call. Ace 6, King 5.
Called off with King 5.
Call off with King 5. No good. Ace high holds. 6.1 million in there.
I mean, that's one of those calls where, like...
Do you hate it?
Well...
You see what I did there?
Yeah. You are ahead of his range, right? Because he's shoving us online, but you're still not supposed to call because you are, you're second into the pot. He already had the idea. So you need to be significantly better.
I think that's a situation where mathematically it's definitely profitable to make that call, but from an ICM standpoint,
yeah,
you're probably supposed to fold, right?
Yeah.
Nonetheless, though, our resident analyst here hates the hate call with King 5.
Who's that?
You are.
Who hates it?
You are the analyst.
Oh, I don't completely hate it. I understand how we got there, but
You know
bless
the
me.
you know
But
the
it's not.
bless
It's
you.
not the. It's not something you want to be doing a lot.
Right. The problem with calling with king 5 there is you just very rarely have your opponent dominated. I would actually rather call, as strange as this might sound, I would rather call a hand like queen jack. Even though queen jack is technically behind king 5, you are going to have your opponent dominated some of the time when you call with queen jack, and you're almost never going to have your opponent dominated when you have king 5. Sometimes you're going to be dominated, and sometimes you're just going to be king 5 versus ace 6, king 5 versus queen jack. And I would rather, if I'm going to call off, first of all, I'd rather be the first one in the pot, like you said. But if I'm going to call off in a spot like that, and it's close, I'd rather call off with hands that could theoretically be dominating my opponent. I don't think it's far off though. I mean, I'm probably calling off with, I mean, king 9. I think so. King 9 suited. I'm certainly calling with.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible.
No, I can get behind that.
If his opponent's shoving, most of his hands, then it's definitely not terrible. It's just not great.
Well, I just assume, and I could be assuming incorrectly, by the way, that main event with this much money up for grabs, the stakes so high, I imagine that people are shoving maybe a drop tighter than they normally would.
Maybe.
And that could be an incorrect assumption. There's no doubt. Blinds are 125, 250,000, average stack 6.7 million. So the play has tightened up. The average stack is definitely lower than it has been relative to the blinds, as we're under 30 big blind average.
Yeah, I mean, if his opponent's not shoving all of his range, all of his possible hands, right? If he's not shoving 100%, then king 5's just a decent amount too weak. So I thought I should do some serious analysis.
I like that. No, that's good analysis.
I think you're basically going to be flipping even against, I mean, like a 70 or 80% range is probably, you've probably only got 50% equity. So you just don't want to be, I'm guessing, by the way, but you just don't want to be calling off in a spot like that.
Right. You really don't want to be flipping in a spot like right now.
Right. And like right now, and what if he's not shoving that wide? What if he doesn't know that he can shove super wide? What if he's shoving tight? Then you're, so
It's one of the reasons why, it's one of the reasons why I much prefer, even though king 5, if you just ran king 5 versus queen jack, king 5 is obviously a better hand. But the reason why I like calling off the queen jack is just simply put, you're just rarely dominated. Your opponent has to specifically have, the ace queens, the ace jacks, king queen, or a pair higher than yours. It's just much tougher to be dominated with that hand. And occasionally you are dominating your opponent when he shoves jack 10, queen 10, jack 9, those kind of hands. Got a limp here from Kofe Bryant. Something we really haven't seen that much of.
Yeah, and then I don't think he's limped before, and then like it's an ace high flop, so it's then quite hard to represent an ace if it's your first limp.
Yeah, it's unlikely. I mean, he could have an ace X suited, like a small one, but I think you're probably right there. We're going to head over to table 72 at the conclusion of this hand because we have number 1 and number 2 in chips. We have two players who combined for 37 million in chips.
For those that care, by the way, I just did it quick and dirty. King 5. I need to hang on.
I care, so.
Do you care? King 5 suited against 80% of hands. So if he shoves all but his worst hands, you got 52%. So my basic point was right. You're basically coin flipping.
Right. He definitely is making money. And if there was no ICM whatsoever, it's a call.
Well, no, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, it depends. But if the guy's not shoving super wide,
Then
then he's in bad trouble. I mean,
he is, without a doubt, without a doubt. And he wasn't getting a great price. I mean, he's getting a little bit of he's got the big blind in there already, but it's not a great price. So we're moving over to table 272 right now. Where we have two players on the left side of our screen. Take a look at 9 Salute 46 with 18 million and Juniors with 19.7 million. Val Venice behind them has 7 million. So we have 3 of the top 5 stacks at this table.
Yeah, but those two being next to each other and 1 and 2 in the tournament is fun, right?
They're really fun. So we'll stick here for a while.
By the way, you guys, if you're watching and you're just like getting into tournament poker and you want to improve or whatever, I just used propokertools.com to run that. There are lots of different ways you can, lots of different software you can use. I'm not doing a commercial, but a really good way to get better quickly is just to keep running spots like that and figuring out what your odds are, and they'll become much more familiar really quickly. Like when you first start learning about poker, it can seem overwhelming, but actually getting the kind of basics are quite easy. Just once you've got a bit more experience with them. But if you're never putting things like that into simulators, you're always just going to be using guesswork. Whereas if you start making a habit of it after you've played and just running a few spots that you had or that you saw at the table, you can get better quite quickly.
Nick Wealthall dropping dimes of wisdom here.
Trying to encourage David.
I like it. I wasn't being facetious. I was being honest. I mean, there are plenty of tools out there at people's disposal if they want to improve their game. There's no doubt. Sure. No doubt whatsoever. CV Rosario, who has been our chip leader at times over the last 2.5 hours, finds himself
for quite a long time. Yeah, for quite a long time he was.
Yeah, he's currently 14 out of 16 right now. Action on him on the button right now. $16 players remaining. Each of these players guaranteed 2,200. We are on a little bit of a bubble now. Now we're going to get bubbles every, say, 3 players. If you can survive 1 more spot, you'll make an extra $1,000. Survive 3 more spots, you'll make another $1,000.
CV Rosario is going to be all in here, I think.
It certainly would appear so. I mean, I just can't imagine putting 1.37 million in there and then folding, right?
I'm not saying anything because he hasn't called yet. I mean, it would definitely be odd, but who knows? Maybe he was doing some funky thing to try and look strong, and now he's confused himself. Don't know.
But unless he had unless he had just had the absolute nut low here,
he'd still have to call.
Yeah, 9-10 suited, absolutely. And this is why. Looking for a 9 or 10. No. Ace-8, good. An elimination. We're down to 15. Remaining 15 players, all guaranteed $3,278. Nick, are you interested in knowing what the final table payouts are?
Very much so.
Yeah, are you excited about this? But we know
because I'm not getting any, but I'm excited. I'm excited for the players. I'm vicariously excited for the players.
Fair enough. First place is $85,177.
It's an exciting amount of money, no question.
Second place, $60,618. Third place, $46,000. The remaining 9 players all guaranteed $5,400. Take a look at that. What a way to put a bow on this fantastic XL Inferno series. Event 32, the 500K guaranteed. Main event, we surpassed that guarantee. 15 players remaining. Who will take home first place? Stick with us and find out. Nine Salute in that pot right now.
Well, it's a lead, which we don't see tons of.
Nope.
Lead into the pre-flop raiser. Has him well covered.
Now he checks. check on the turn. Pot is 2.3 million. Pretty much all the draws missed. 9 salute betting really tiny.
Blocker bet with a 9 question mark.
That's
like blocker bets, a little bit of value type bet.
Oh, and now they get a raise here. This is a weird raise because La Pechuga 4 just called the flop, checked back the turn, and is now going to raise. So maybe he checked back a big pair. Maybe he checked back ace king or ace. Nonetheless, though, 9
Or
salute
maybe
does
he
not
just
look him up.
maybe he made the same read of the bet that I did, and just thought I can just attack this.
Yeah. My hand doesn't look like anything, but either does yours, so I'm going to attack it.
That's no limit hold'em.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting point, actually. I'm going to expand. We've got all in and a real and a reshove here.
A real all in. I like that.
A real all in.
We have a 13 big blind all in from Trueteller. And then
La
Pechuga all in. Now, this all in is huge from La Pechuga because he has 2 big stacks behind him. Ace, queen. Wow. Ace, queen versus 5. There's 2 aces, and there's a queen. That's it.
That's pretty good.
That's all she wrote.
So I was just going to say that I think, like, you'll hear a lot of people say, when people are teaching you about bluffing, or when they are analyzing bluffing, they'll say, well, you should be able to credibly represent something, right? You should tell a credible story, etc., etc. And that's true. That's a good thing to think about. But you also can't just discount the value of just being aggressive. Like, oftentimes in no limit hold'em, the last person to make an aggressive action wins the hand. Right, regardless of their cards. Like, a lot of pots don't go to showdown, and you can get those free pots by just out aggressing your opponent. A lot of times players will fold even though they think they've probably got the best hand. They just don't want to jeopardize however many chips you've asked them to put into the middle.
How many times
this looks like nothing, but I'll fold.
Nick,
that'll happen all the time.
How many times have you been in a poker game? How many times have all of you watching this at home? How many times have you been in a poker game where you get a player that goes, I know you're bluffing, as their hand goes in the muck.
Right, exactly.
Or, I'm folding the best one here.
100%. And so I think in no limit hold'em, especially until you start playing against really strong players, until you start playing against, pros who are like really thinking deeply about your range and stuff, aggression has a lot of just aggression in its own sake. Even if you can't credibly represent a hand, it'll still do decently well for you in the right spot.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
So the right spot often being when your opponent has a capped range, when your opponent can't be strong themselves.
Yeah, Matasula wins that pot up to 6 million chips. We've got a 7th winner of our $30 888 poker tournament giveaway. Once again, if you want to be eligible to win that, just head over to Facebook and over the live streams. In the comment section, let us know a good poker joke or a funny poker story. Make sure you include your 888 poker username in the comments as well. We are awarding 10 $30 888 poker tournament tickets. We've already given away 6. Here's the 7th one. Andy Ray. I think Matt likes this one. Matt, our good buddy over at Snap Call Media, doing a great job. Matt says he likes this one. Andy Ray says, "Why are Cliffs good at poker?" Nick?
Because they're rocks.
Close. That is really close, but no, it's because they bluff.
Oh.
Well done, Andy Ray. Well done, Andy Ray. You have just won. Hey, Gabor Schneider is still in the free roll. Go, Gabor.
How many are left? We don't know. 100 left in the free roll.
So Gabor is in the money.
Yes.
Nice job, Gabor.
Free money. Nice.
I guess I picked the wrong horse.
I mean, that's like after the event. I was looking good at the start.
At the start, you got knocked out 13 minutes in. Ace 10 versus King Queen. Oh wow, Ace 10 is good. No, King Queen. I'm sorry, I can't read. By the way, it's 4:31 in the morning for Nick.
In my time, not your time.
right.
Yeah.
Nick has every excuse in the world. I have no excuse. For whatever reason, I thought it was draw versus draw, but no. 9 salute there with the King Queen on a Queen high board and an elimination. We're down to 12 players. 9 salute up to 17.4 million chips. Still a solid second place.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, more frequent money jumps are up to $4,200 for these players. They've got that secure.
4,200. That's nice. The next pay jump will be at the final table. 11 players remain. We are just 2 away from the final table, Nick.
Suddenly it went really fast this last like 10 minutes. Jeez.
Yeah, well, we got guys calling off with King 5.
That definitely will help speed it up.
Yeah. Blinds, by the way, 150,000, 300,000.
Yeah, average stack 9.8 million, so about 33 big blinds. So it's not like it's a complete, shove fest or anything like that. It's just one of those things. Just had a faster period of play. The way the hands come out, whatever.
Get a raise here from Yama Tasula, raising off a 7.5 million chip stack. Val Venice 120 on 6.6 million. Suddenly, these 6 and 7 million chip stacks don't look that big. Jack 7-6, 2 spades out there.
Birds have started singing outside my window, David. The
Nice.
dawn chorus is coming.
What time does sun break there? Dawn break.
Well, I have the blinds closed, but like it must be nearly there.
4:30 in the morning, really, that early?
A little bit later. Like I'm going to look now on my computer. 4:55 is the official sunrise this morning. Oh wow, shove from Val Venice.
This is a strong play.
I mean,
wouldn't think he would do this with the nuts, but what kind of hand does he have? To your point from earlier, aggression pays off. Val Venice up to 9.6.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, he can certainly do that with a smaller flush. $11 players remain. Average stack is 9.8 million.
So I talk about this all the time because I only have 4 points about poker. But if you want to do well in tournaments, you want to work on your short-handed game. I say this every broadcast, but I think it's so important. Like we've been less than full ring for a long time now in this poker tournament, and right now we are 5-handed at this table. And at the final table, all of the big money will be decided 6-handed, 5-handed, 4-handed, 3-handed. So if you fancy yourself as a tournament player, you want to do well in tournaments, you've got to be playing some short-handed poker and a little bit of heads-up poker as well to get better at them. Hand values change. You've got to up the aggression. It's a different game, 4-handed, 5-handed poker as opposed to full ring.
I think another thing, and you've mentioned this, I think this is point number 2 that you use all the time.
Sure.
I think something that's very important as well, when these tournaments start, you're sometimes 200, 300 big blinds deep.
Yeah.
But that doesn't last very long.
No.
And if you've noticed, since we've started, the average stack has basically been between 25 and 37 big blinds for the entirety of the 3-hour broadcast. And if you want to make money in these tournaments, you really have to be good at that stack depth.
Definitely.
Junie Juniors just flexing his muscle. Started his hand with about 24 million chips.
Yeah, and Lapachuga called the pre-flop raise, and just not the ideal situation to be in out of position against a big stack when you're a medium stack.
I am a big advocate for defending your big blind quite wide, especially against min raises, because you're getting such a good price. But if you're against the chip leader and the chip leader is competent, you've got to be very careful because that's danger. You know, obviously, if the chip leader is not a very good poker player and you think you can exploit them, that's a different story. Pot is 4.7 million.
Versus some kind of value bet from Lapachuga. I don't know.
He's going to get looked up here. King
That's a
Queen, not a
bluff.
value bet, as a
Jeez.
bluff. It was
That's
the old, I'm going to bet small to make it look like a value bet.
Well, it wasn't just that made me say it. It was a bit the bet size, but also just like the board run out. I couldn't understand what, just thought if it was a bluff, it was really optimistic.
And now he's going to, after losing that pot, he's down to 6.4 million. He is going to limp on the button into the chip leaders. No fear from Lapachuga 4. There's a raise from 9 salute. Not a believer, or just saying, I don't care if you have it. I don't believe you. I'm going to make a move here. I got the chips. 2 diamonds out there, 2 hearts out there, lots of draws. Nothing got there so far. And now 9 salute checks. Lapachuga, after betting the flop, calling a check raise, has now fired a second bullet on the turn. Do we get the double check raise in? Just a call. 4 clubs on the river. 6-8 got there.
I mean, I'd be very entertained if Lapachuga was bluffing again here. That would entertain me greatly.
Well, this time that's 2.39 million, nearly 2.4 million. It's a little bit of a heftier bet. And he's certainly playing this like he's got a king jack. That's a hand that certainly makes a lot of sense. Limping on the button, even king 10. There's the call, king 10. What a read. Maybe I should play this poker thing, huh?
Yeah.
I'm going to hurt my hand patting myself on the back, but it's a good read there. That's a great value bet there from Lapachuga, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I know it's pretty standard, but
yeah. I mean, he can't not have the best hand, though, right? How can he not have the best hand there? I suppose. Well, I suppose he could. It's not entirely impossible. He's up against King Jack or King Queen, actually.
I'm intrigued to know what 9 salute check raised with, then check called. It's a weird line, right?
It's a weird line, and maybe overly influenced by watching Lapachuga bluff 2 hands ago.
Certainly possible.
He just thinks this guy doesn't have anything. He's just a bit of a wild card. That is something that you notice in poker a lot, is that when somebody shows down a bluff, especially like a really kind of optimistic out there bluff, like Lapachuga's one was, people will label them as a bluffer and, call them down a lot more.
You've said this, Nick. You could bluff one time in your life back in 2008. And if somebody saw you bluff that time, you are forever the bluffer.
Yeah, especially if it's an attention-getting bluff. Yeah, it's definitely true. Like, obviously, if you just raise the button and pick up the ante, that's not what I'm talking about. But if you're like some kind of river bluff, like Lapachuga made like quite a big river bluff without really anything. It's like a really naked bluff into the chip leader. then the other players are going to notice that, and maybe 9 salute called down a bit wider than he would have normally done there.
I know it is late at night over in Europe, or early in the morning, I should say. Yet we've got a healthy number of live viewers. For those of you out there who are watching this after the fact, welcome. Thanks for joining us here at the XL Inferno main event. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action. We are now hand for hand as we are down to 10 players.
Another hour or so, we'll get the morning crew coming in all fresh after their jog and wheatgrass smoothie. This is my view of what people who get up early in the morning do. I've got no idea. I've never done it.
I like it. We're going to go back and forth between tables, by the way, as we watch this hand for hand play out. $3.5 million in there. Lepachuga checks. Juno's going to bet. $1.5 million into $3.5 million. No call. Juno is up to 29.1 million. We'll stay here for a moment and then switch over to the other table.
Yeah, as you can see, because the blinds are right there. Nearly 100 big blinds for Juni Junior from Sweden.
So he's automatically good at poker.
Is that true?
He's Swedish, right? Swedes are good at hockey and poker, right? Among other things. I'm not saying that they're not skilled in other things, but
no, those are definitely the main two. I think that's fair.
Yeah, when we get a lull, if we'll switch back and forth here. I'm kind of looking at both tables.
Do you remember when it's quite a long time ago now, it'd be 12 years ago or something, 10, 12 years ago. But
Jacks versus King 10. Sorry here.
Oh, yeah.
Could have an all in and a call. We had an all in the call. Pair of 10s on the flop. No good. Jacks hold. And are we at a final table? Not sure if you had him covered or not. Yes, he did. Pro 100 player is our final table. Bubble Boy, we are at 9. Sorry, Nick, to interrupt you in that one.
It's all right. Final table of the main event. Important stuff.
So we are at our final 9.
$5,400 they have locked up. Mm-hmm.
And congratulations to the final 9, no matter how this ends up, obviously. What an amazing accomplishment. 1,623 players. That's how many we started with, and we are down to our final 9.
Hey, we found a player we haven't seen today. JBH Infinity has somehow dodged our cameras for the entire stream. Yeah.
He is the only one.
Wow. Kobe Bryant with the 4-bet all-in shove on the first hand of the final table. You gotta love it.
You can take your ICM and shove it.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to be very nutted to do that into the only guy that can bust him.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Unless he was making an above the rim play, David, because Kobe Bryant.
Nice. That was you brought it back full circle.
Yeah.
Played.
You're welcome.
So average stack right now is 11.9 million. Again, though, the important thing to keep in mind on it, at this point, average stack doesn't mean as much as how many blinds you have, and of course, who is the smallest stack at the table. ICM concerns very real here. I mean, we're talking about a $4,000 difference between 9th and 8th.
Yeah, and an $80,000 difference between 9th and 1st.
Right.
Jeez.
But tournament poker, it's just such an interesting, unique animal in the sense that you can make money by just folding.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant now, 18.9 million. Nine Salute's an interesting. 9 Salute, Val Venice are both in pretty good position where they can see what the big stacks do behind them. in front of them, and then act. This is a flop that certainly should favor 9 salutes opening range. He's going to bet, and a quick fold from La Pachuga.
This down bet's more and more popular, isn't it? Like this super small flop bet. Later in tournaments, obviously.
I mean, it's how the game has continued to evolve. Bet sizing just constantly toyed with, played with to see where you can extract an edge. By the way, we still have 3, count them, 3 $30 888 poker giveaways. Get in that Facebook chat. Get in the comment section. Let us know what your funniest poker story is, a funny poker joke. Make sure that you include your username. We are giving away 3 more. What's up, Justin Sider? Welcome. And for all of you out there, thank you so much for joining us. The stack depths are at the point right now where if this were live poker, we could really see a lull for about an hour and a half or 2 hours very easily. But online, obviously, with 15-minute levels, that is unlikely to happen.
Yeah, you're right. Nearly 40 big blind average stack. Bit less, but there's a lot of chips in play.
No
Although,
doubt.
as you can see, we have a couple of short stacks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the JBH Infinities, the Val Venices, the La
Well, this is
Pachugas.
bad news for Yamatuzala.
Oh,
really
wow.
bad news.
This is a huge pot here. Ace King
triple
versus
up, more
nines
than
versus
triple up.
eights. He could. He does
No,
not, though.
denied.
The wheel. Oh, wow.
And this is
Runner
a monster
wheel.
pot. Junior's going to be on 40 odd million. That's a huge pot.
That was a nightmare situation. ICM suicide. Kofi Bryant was second in chips.
Well, it wasn't
just got eliminated.
It wasn't ICM suicide. Like, it was just really bad luck, right?
No, you call the 2 million and then fold to an all in with eights.
I suppose he's in the small blind and he's in the big blind.
You have the big. I mean, listen, it's unlucky for Kofi Bryant that the big stack is on his left.
It's incredibly unlucky.
But the fact the big stack is on your left, you have to call it 2 million and then fold to a shove.
I don't know if that's right or not.
It has to be right. How can that not be right with eights there?
Well, because you're only getting called one in, like, I don't know, one in how many times? What's he calling with when you shove for 14 million?
But what's the value of moving all in? Remember, your junior, he's not going to make a move there. He has no fold equity. There's an all-in player. So he can't make a move, really.
No, he can't make a move, but he's going to call, right? So normally you would.
He's going to call 8x. You think?
Normally you would shove to isolate.
Listen, I am not an ICM tournament expert by any stretch. I'm going to defer to others that are. But I would imagine that if you are unlucky enough to get a bad seat draw where the table, where you are second in chips, but the chip leader is on your left, I would think that you have to play that hand a little differently. I think you have to play it as a call. And then if you get shoved on, you just to go, well, my opponent's got ace king or nines plus. He's not doing this like making a move. And I just have to let it go. I think eights are that hand. I mean, listen, with jacks, queens, kings, a little bit different maybe, but I don't
know. He's just calling so rarely.
I guess my question is, now, if it was a smaller shove, it'd be maybe a little bit different. But if it's a smaller shove, you can kind of min raise to accomplish the same thing. The original shove by Yamatasula was for like 8 big blinds. I don't think Junior is going to just like call with any 2. I don't think you need to isolate.
I don't think he's going to call with any 2. No.
No, that's what I mean.
But
It's
he's going to
8x.
call a lot. He's going to call a decent amount. It's not 8x when it's 8x, but also there's a lot of money in the middle, isn't there? So he's going to call quite a lot.
Yeah.
But he's only. I don't know.
Oh, by the way, and I kept talking about it was Kofi Bryan who made that move. It wasn't. It was actually Cone Continent who moved all in. So all of this could be moot. For some reason, I thought it was Kofi who actually moved in with the second biggest stack. It was not. It was Cone. So that entire conversation might have been pointless. He might have only had an 8 million chip stack.
No, he had 14 million chip stack.
He had 14, so he had third.
He was in third, yeah.
Yeah, so still, that's an ICM catastrophe, I think. I mean, keep in mind, he just, he came in 8th place, which is great, $9,500.
No, it's an ICM catastrophe in its output. I just don't know if the decision is a ICM catastrophe. It's an ICM catastrophe now because he got called and lost, but that doesn't necessarily mean the actual bet was an ICM mistake.
Yeah, I'm with you. Listen, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not an ICM expert. From all the years of covering final tables and having really, really smart poker players on my left and right, including you, of course, Nick, that is a situation where I think, from what I've heard through the years, I think that's a pretty bad mistake, unfortunately. It's kind of a 6 spot, but I think you have to call the 2 million and then fold to the shove and save yourself 12 million.
That's probably true.
7 players remain, though. So remember I said there might be a little bit of a lull in the action?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, not true.
Well, I mean, now it's one of those final tables where you just got such a dominant stack. Until something changes, people are playing for, money jumps as opposed to the win. Like if you're 9 Salute or La Pachuga or whatever, you're trying to, you're hoping players go bust around you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if you're Kofi Bryant right here, you have to be somewhat cognizant of the fact that the chip leaders on my left, I'm second in chips right now. Second place is $60,000. I want to keep that 5-6 million cushion between me and third place. King 10. I think Kofi Bryant was going to call 1 street, maybe 2, and then probably let it go. But he's up to 20 million, and that's a huge win for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kofi Bryant should be playing tight, but based on what we've seen from him tonight, I don't know if he has that. I don't know if that's really his speed.
No, I think you're right. By the way, the players are going on a break at the end of this hand. It'll be a 5-minute break. 7 players remain out of 1,623. First place, 85,000. La Pachuga. Junie Juniors is our chip lead with 44.7 million. Who's going to win this small pot? Sending us off to break. Should be La Pachuga's, but we'll see how he plays it. He's going to bet 779,000. Quick fold. And just like that, we go to break. The remaining 7 players all guaranteed $14,000. 5 minutes. We'll be back. More action from 888 Poker, the XL Inferno main event. Welcome back to the exciting conclusion of the 888 Poker XL Inferno main event. In fact, the series ran from May 14th through the 24th, culminating, of course, with the main event, which is a $250 buy-in. 1,623 players showed up for this $500,000 guarantee. We surpassed that guarantee, and the remaining 7 players vying for first place. First place, of course, $85,177. I'm David Tuchman. Nick Wealthall alongside me. Get a raise here from Kofe Bryant. Sorry, a raise from Val Venice. A call from Kofe Bryant. 9 Salute coming along for the ride in the big blind. We have some great giveaways today. Of course, one of our giveaways is always the free roll, where we awarded $545 in 888 poker tournament tickets, plus another $250 in cash. That free roll still going on, I believe, probably getting down to the final table. And we're also giving away 10, count them, 10 $30 888 poker tournament tickets. We're looking for the funniest poker story. We're looking for a good poker joke. You have to head over to Facebook and let us know what it is in the comment section. And it looks like we have one. Badir Malik says, I need to sleep, but I need to see this event through even more. Badir, you can sleep when you're dead. Stick with us, my man. Don't go anywhere, because you, my friend, have just won yourself a $30 888 poker tournament giveaway.
Boom.
Yep. His username is I'm all in. I'm all in. Says, here's the joke. You ready, Nick? Got an all in from JBH Infinity. He wins it. Here's the joke from Badir.
Here we go.
A guy was playing 10-20 Hold'em and was stuck around $300 when he looked down beside the table and he saw a little green leprechaun. The leprechaun looked up at him and said, quit playing poker forever right now, and I'll give you a pot of gold worth $1 million. The player replied, let me get even first.
That's actually good.
Nice job, Badir. Well done.
That's my favorite joke. But, well, the Stephen Wright joke's very good, but I heard it before. So that's my favorite new joke of the...
You've never heard that one?
I haven't heard that one, no.
Good job. Badir Malik.
Yeah, that was funny.
Look at that. You get rewarded for not sleeping. You have just won yourself a $30 888 poker tournament ticket. Congratulations to you. We have 2 more tickets to give away, so keep them coming.
Yeah, time is running out. 2 more tickets to give away and only 6 more players to eliminate. These players have got $14,000 locked up. Pretty nice for a top 7 finish.
Yeah, I mean, imagine playing a $250 tournament and locking up 5 figures already. That's just, that is amazing. And Junie Junos is not only is he in the catbird seat, not only does he have all the chips, but he also has the chip position. He has the only player who can really hurt him on his right.
Yeah, it's great situation.
And with a bunch of players kind of in the same spot, 8.5 million, 7.4 million, 7.6 million, even at 12.1 million, with a bunch of players kind of in that medium spot and big pay jumps, I feel like Junie Jr. is really in a good spot to take advantage and be very aggressive. He has picked his spots, though, or she, I should say. Our man Matt.
Short stack. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please, you go. I was not saying anything important.
Nobody's doing that. I'm not about to, reveal the truth of the universe.
Come on, we're waiting. Here it is.
Yeah. I don't know what I was going to say now. I've thrown myself completely.
It is 5.
The short stack, I was going to say.
Yes, 3.7 million.
3.7, so 10, 11 big blinds.
By the way,
shows the ace jack. Probably
Kofe Bryant has showed every time now.
He's seen.
No, he showed ace king earlier. He showed nines earlier. So he seems to be, when he's raising it, he's taking it and showing it. By the way, we have a 9th winner, so we only have one left. I will announce that in just a moment.
Both he's just trying to shore up his image, which is a bit flaky, if we're honest, based on his VPIP and his general involvement in the action.
By the way, if it folds around to Junie Juniors, he could theoretically shove like 90% of his range in the spot and just not even worry about it. It's from an ICM perspective, and I don't know if these players are paying attention to ICM, if they care about ICM or not, but from an ICM's perspective, 9 Salute, Val Venice, and JBH Infinity really can't call unless they have a monster.
But you don't need to know anything about ICM to know that. Like, if ICM had never been invented, these players, if they were thinking about the game, would still not be able to call. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, Sue the Man has 3.6 million chips. The pay jumps between 7th and like 5th, you're talking 10,000, 19,000. Those kind of pay jumps are just enormous.
JBH Infinity, who we haven't seen anything of tonight, so we don't know anything about his game, has got involved here, but now gives up.
Yeah, and that's why you don't get involved. It's just really, really tough to get involved. I mean, this is another spot. If Lepachuga folds, he doesn't. He calls. He limps it. No, he raises. Sorry, min raise. Sue the Man is the short stack. I want to congratulate Joanna Oliveira for winning the 9th $30 888 poker ticket. Joanna Oliveira, here it is. Nick, you ready for another poker joke?
Always.
Well, you play poker and you're married, so this one is applicable to you.
Great.
Marriage is like a game of poker. At first, you have 2 hearts and a diamond. By the end, all you want is a club and a spade.
I mean, that's murder. Yes, classic. You get a tournament entry for a classic poker joke.
Yes, as Matt, our man Matt says, an oldie but a goodie. Joanna Oliveira, congratulations. You have won a $30 888 poker ticket. We have one more to give away. I'm going to wait until there's like 3 people left, though, to give that one. So,
cliffhanger.
Yeah,
tie into the rising excitement of the final table.
Right. You've got, if you have not won a ticket yet, you can't win 2, by the way, in the same session. If you have not won one, you have probably, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes to really kind of think about a good joke or a good story and let us know.
Not really. Like, you can just get a really old classic poker joke.
No, it's the last one. I'm going to, we got to, the last one has to be, yeah.
Okay,
the last one's got to nail it.
More original. Okay.
Yeah. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for 888 Poker. You're watching the XL Inferno main event. We're down 2-7.
I was just about to say, okay, it all happened very fast. I was just about to say, Sue the Man, there's an argument for Sue the Man shoving if he's got any kind of hand of merit in that last rotation, because it had folded to him and Val Venice was in the big blind, which is the stack one of the stacks that's hard to call his shove. And he did it, and he was successful.
So the man picking up on what you saw as well. He's up to 3.6 million. Val Venice, by the way, look at his shove here by Junie Juniors. I mean, this is just huge. And if you're Lepachuga, you just can't call light. You can't.
I just want him to now because it'd be funny.
I mean, he can't. I mean, listen, he can press the call button. It's his chips. He can do whatever he wants.
Exactly. Gamble.
No gamble, no future.
Exactly.
If Junie Juniors plays his cards right, pun intended, he could have like 60, 70 million of the chips in play by the time they're three-handed.
Yeah, I mean, these situations do go either way. Obviously, like you can,
Of course.
it's perfectly possible that he will lose a couple of all-ins, a couple of coolers, and it can change. But obviously, he's a favorite at the moment.
Yeah, we've all seen that situation where the chip leader just keeps doubling everybody up, or because he's theoretically shoving a lot lighter, and if he walks into a couple of monsters, his opponent has ace king, ace queen, pocket tens plus. You start doubling up a couple of players, and suddenly, before you know it, he's one of the shorties. Here's a raise from Kofe Bryant. Here's a 3-bet from Junie Juniors. Really tough spot for Kofe. And there's the fold. Junior's up to 51 million on cruise control right now. Folds around to the big blind super quick. And Kofe decides to see a flop this time.
Yeah, I mean, having the super short stack, see the man at the table, just makes it even better for Junie Junior, because it means, the medium stacks have even less incentive to do anything. Like they even normally they still wouldn't want to go up against him, but with the super short stack, they've got even less incentive.
But if somehow Kofe Bryant were to go broke on this hand with multiple players on 8 big blinds, 12 big blinds, 12 big blinds, that would just be horrific for him. Obviously, plays it aggressively. In that case, it's up to 24 million right now. Doing a really good job of keeping distance between himself and the third place player. I love
Slightly
it.
surprised Junior didn't lead that turn, actually, just whatever he has. Oh, he actually has some showdown value. That explains
That's
it
why.
a bit better. Yeah.
That's probably the exact hand he isn't going to lead with. Thank you for joining us here, guys. Dave McConnon, Gregors Maganja, Morton Hard, Phil Walmsley, Branko, Flavia, Fernando. Thank you all for joining us. Like, this is a spot where if it does fold around to Junie Juniors, he could actually shove, I would imagine, his entire range. He decides not to, obviously.
Fold. Yeah, you can definitely show everything there.
Well, instead, we see a flop here. Limp in and a call. Pot is 1.15 million. Flop is ace 7-7. The ace shouldn't hit either player. If either player were to have an ace, it would probably be 9 Salute, who could have theoretically done the limp shove play. It wasn't long ago that 9 Salute was second in chips with about 18 million. A little bit of gamesmanship going on here between these two players. This went check, check on the flop. Pot is 3.5 million. Was Val Venice checking back a 7 to raise the turn?
Other way around.
Other way around, indeed.
I think Val Venice was a bit unlucky there. Probably a bluff raise on the turn, and a lot of times I think he's got a good spot, but just happened to run into a 7. See the man all in for just under 6 big blinds.
Oh, there's the call. Ace Queen versus Ace 7. Oh, there's a 7. 2 hearts out there, though. Oh, unlucky for our man there. Sue the man out in 7th place. The man takes home $14,372 for his 7th place efforts. We're down to 6 players, Nick.
Yeah, 6 max for the title. $19,000 locked up. 85,000 in the title for first.
Yeah, that was a really good flop for him. Yeah, huge. That was a really good flop for Sue the man. A better turn, obviously, and a most unfortunate river for him. But Junie Jr. just continues to crush. Now up to 56 million. By the way, he now has more than half the chips in play.
Yeah. Huge.
That can't be bad, right?
Can't be bad. So now Val Venice and JB Infinity are the short stacks.
Yeah, it kind of becomes a game of outlasting the other player. The jump, by the way, between 6th and 5th place, another basically $5,000 jump. So and the $250 tournament, $5,000 is just huge.
Yeah, for sure. Really is.
Let's see what Juniors does here in the small blind. Blinds are 200,000, 400,000. He raises. Okay. Does 9 Salute want to go with this or call? He's got 2 short stacks behind him. He moves all in. And Juniors folds. Interesting play there. 9 Salute, not afraid. Again, an all in from 9 Salute. And another fold from Juniors. A couple of big pots there.
Are these shots ICM suicide, David?
Well, I don't know what he has. It depends what he has.
Question mark.
Yeah, I mean, they could be, depending on what he has.
What would they not be ICM suicide with?
You know, big pairs, ace king, ace queen suited. Keep in mind, he's the first one in the pot. Calling off is a much different thing than being the raiser also. But I mean, I think if he's got ace queen, ace king, big pocket pairs, you know, what are you going to do with those hands? You can't, those hands are just too good.
Mm-hmm.
There is software out there. There's software called the ICMizer. Have you ever used it?
Yeah, there's that, and Hold'em Resources Calculator, and
right,
probably others.
Or you can actually calculate the correct play, quote unquote. But I mean, I think if he's making a move with like, you know, ace 5 suited, pretty risky. But, you know, to the aggressor goes the spoiled. Sometimes you need to take a risk.
Yeah, I mean, basically, if you know, final tables actually all be pretty dull, shouldn't they? Because
absolutely
correct play involves quite a lot of not putting chips in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, correct play is basically counting on your opponents to make mistakes, take risks where they shouldn't take risks, and you just ladder up without risk. I would imagine if everybody is playing that way, deviating from that is probably optimal.
So Val Venice can't really wait too long here.
No, he's got 1.1 million less than JBH Infinity. He is all in here. Pardon me. This shove is for about 7 big blinds. So he does have some fold equity, and that's huge. And if you're JBH Infinity,
Yeah,
you're
it's
just
really bad.
oh.
Like he had the chip leader in the big blind, and he still couldn't get him called.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for JBH.
Bad for JBH, yeah.
Wow, and Val Venice going for it again. This shove is now 8.5 big blinds, and again he gets it through. And now it's JBH Infinity, who is our short stack. Again, all this talk about ICM, I know it's not sexy. I know it can be even boring and be like, come on, play for the win. You're talking about huge pay jumps. I mean, all these players are guaranteed 19,000, right? Real money. But if you can somehow ladder up to just third place, you make an extra 27,000.
Short stacks in the blinds this go around.
Juniors. Once he raises, can't imagine him folding anything, even to a shove here. Branko pointing out Juniors has 8 more million than all of them put together. Yeah. I'm not the smartest man in the world. I'm far from it. I might be considered quite simple.
Top 20.
But I will tell you one thing and one thing for sure. If you have more than 50% of the chips in a tournament at any point of that tournament, that's a good thing.
Really is.
9 Salute gets the raise through. Again, 9 Salute is in a really nice spot. He gets to see what Juniors does before him. To be on Kofi Bryant and Juniors left. Really lucky seat position for 9 Salute 46. We've got chip leader versus number 2 in this one. But that is a quick check, bet, fold. JBH is now blinded down to 2.6 million, and he's all in for his last 5 big blinds. Juniors does not call. I don't necessarily think that's a terrible thing. If there's one player at this table who doesn't mind keeping around the short stacks, it is the chip leader, right?
Yeah, I was just chuckling because getting a 5 big blind shoved through at a final table is definitely unusual.
For sure. I mean, as long as there are 2 short stacks in there, Lepachuga, 9 Salute 46, Kofi Bryant, they can't make as many moves. Although 9 Salute 46 has shown a propensity to gamble with Juniors. Obviously, we don't know what he had in those spots. He could have had ace, king, and queens for all we know when he moved all in. Blind on blind, Juniors staying aggressive here. There's a call. Pot is now 10.8 million. Complete blank on the river.
Val Venice and JBH.
Oh, loving it.
Cheering on this pot. Let's go.
Go all in. Come on. There it is. There's the call. 7-3 versus King Jack. What a play by 9 Salute 46. Never raising, letting his opponent bluff at it. And Junior is caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, amazing situation for 9 Salute there. He basically had the nuts. He had the virtual nuts with top 2.
That's a situation where if he ends up going all in, if he ends up getting knocked out there, you just tip your hat and you go, I guess I was meant to finish in 6th in this tournament. Up 5-3 versus King 5. Well, that worked out well for King 5, huh?
Yeah, critical double up. Val Venice, JBH not enjoying it.
No, again, pay jump's enormous at this point. Kofi Bryant has been very quiet, which was very unlike him from earlier on. Every time he raises and takes it, he shows his cards. We'll see if that happens again here. There's a call. King 10-4. Flop certainly should favor Kofi Bryant's range. Small little bet, all that was needed. Kofi Bryant still on a solid 22.7 million. Juniors, by the way, now down to 41 million at the start of this hand. Has 3-bet this one. Kofi Bryant put to the test. He makes the call. This pot is 7.1 million. How big does this one get? Check, check.
I'm not a massive fan of the 3-bet call unless he's got aces.
Right? I don't think he has aces.
I don't think he has aces.
Jacks. I'm just jamming that, I think.
Into the chip leader. Not after getting 3-bet. I actually don't mind the call now that he's got
really?
jacks.
Okay.
It's okay. I mean, sometimes he's going to have to fold the best hand post flop, but I don't know what else he can do there. He can't jam. He's been 3-bet by the chip leader, right? He can't really jam.
So just call and take it to the flop.
Yeah.
We got a 4.5 big blind shove here. Up and an all in from Lepachuga. Ace-6 versus Ace-10. That's unlucky for the Ace-6. Lepachuga looking for a 6. That is not a 6. The Ace-10. The 10 does play. Full double up for Infinity, and Lepachuga is now our short stack.
Yeah, that was pretty unlucky. He should be good with an ace in that spot most of the time. JB Infinity has to shove and actually had a real hand.
JBH all in, takes it down up to 6.3 million. Junior's situation now far different than it was just about 8 minutes ago, when he had so many chips that even if he doubled somebody up, he would still be the chip leader. Now he's in a much different spot. Now Kofi Bryant and 9 Salute 46 can really hurt him. It's not going to stop him from raising here, though. And he gets it through.
Yeah, 9 Salute now has a situation where when the 2 big stacks are folded here, he can go in with his entire range, which he had. Nice.
Oh, pair of 6s here, ace or a king. Otherwise, we are down to 5. That is not an ace or a king. 10 of hearts on the river. And we are down to 5. Big win there for Lepachuga, who ladders up JBH Infinity as well. And 9 Salute 46 now. Aggressive, making some moves. Firmly in second place now with 31.8 million. So our good friend there, Val Venice, takes home $19,163. The remaining 5, Nick, are guaranteed basically $24,000.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
God bless you.
Excuse me.
Gesundheit.
I actually sneezed into my microphone, so I apologize. Yeah, you have to say 9 Salutes looked the most dangerous player at the final table so far, in terms of, varying his play and judgment and so on.
Yeah, the King Jack play was really strong. To not raise the turn on such a wet board, really, really strong by him. A lot of players there that they'll raise the turn because they're scared, not because they want to get more money in the pot. They're just like, I don't want the draw to get there, and then I don't know what to do, so I just raise. He allowed that river card to come off, and he allowed Juniors, gave him enough rope to hang himself, and Juniors took the bait. Kofe limps in from the small blind. Juniors raising, taking it down. Got the haves and the have-nots. 3 players, all with over 50 big blinds. And then 2 very short stacks.
Yeah,
Lepachuga all in.
If the 2 short stacks went out, we'd have a really deep 3-handed poker game. They'd be like 60 plus big blinds deep.
Yeah, there are a lot of chips in play. This could go a while. Ace Queen versus Ace Jack.
Oh, wow.
Not 1 jack, but 2 jacks. Ooh, a 10. 10 would have been a hideous way to lose that one, although Ace Queen, Ace Jack, pretty unlucky for Kofe Bryant. Lepachuga up to 7.7 million. Also unlucky for JBH Infinity.
Yeah.
By the way, the pay jump between 5th and 4th, 9,000. There it is, Queens versus Ace Queen. A 4 or an ace. Not going to come, and the Queens hold.
Yeah, JBH Infinity hanging around on the short stack, now up to 10 million. Lepachuga in serious trouble, of course.
Yeah, the grind is real here for Infinity. Does he finish the job off here? He is all in. Lepachuga does not make the call. Leaves himself with just 3.5 big blinds.
The waiting game.
Lepachuga with no fold equity whatsoever at this point, I would imagine. He's going to fold here. He's just hoping, hey, maybe somebody will get in. There'll be a cooler. Aces versus kings.
Right.
Ace high flush versus king high flush. It happens. I have seen players ladder up with like half a big blind. Blinds are going up in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Yeah, if you're Kofe, you can put a lot of pressure on JBH Infinity. 1 bet gets it done. The pay jumps now. 9,000, then 14,000, then 15,000, and then, of course, 25,000 up to the winner.
Lepachuga still not playing.
No, hey, listen, like I said, I mean, every time you fold, every time there's a hand that you're not involved in, even if you have just two big blinds, there's a chance that lightning could strike and the two players get involved in an enormous pot. I mean, what happens right here after flop is, you got queen eight versus set of fives or, something like that.
Probably still don't put any money in.
Maybe not. You're right.
Look at that guy
Check,
over there.
check.
He's got 3 big blinds.
Kofi Bryant going to take a shot at it here. Like if JBH calls this, he's just got like minimum a good queen or like a good flush draw. I'm double barreling this if I'm Kofi.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
so
this is a
much
good bet.
pressure.
Yeah, this is a great bet. Like you have queen 10 right now. You're just like, I hate this.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to worry about it, do you? Just fold and move on.
Juniors has been pretty quiet as of late. He is down about 20 million from his peak, but he is still the chip leader.
He is.
By the way, blinds are 300,000, 600,000. Lepachuga has 600 of his 1.4 million in the pot.
Yes.
He can't fold, right?
No, he can't.
He's getting 3-1.
He's stalling for no
He's
reason.
actually in a good spot. He's heads up. He only needs to beat one opponent.
It's true.
Is he hoping that somebody gets knocked out on the other table?
Yeah, he is. I said he's stalling. I don't know what for.
I mean, I think you have to call with 7 deuce here. 9 deuce. Okay, that's what he was waiting for here. And unfortunately for him, a 9 or a deuce does not come off. Just he must have been looking at it going, seriously? 9 deuce offsuit, really? He had live cards though.
He battled through 1,600 plus players to finish 5th. So very good night's work. Very good.
Well done, yep.
$22,900.
That is not a bad payday. The remaining 4 players, by the way, guaranteed $32,000. That's right, $32,780. Again, this was just a $250 buy-in tournament. By the way, we have one more 888 poker tournament ticket to give away. It's a $30 888 poker tournament ticket. We're looking for a funny story. We're looking for a funny poker story. We're looking for a funny poker joke. Can you make Nick Wealthall laugh? It's like a carnival ride. Make Nick Wealthall laugh.
It's the worst carnival ride. It's a non-magic mountain. Nothing here is magic. It's all standard.
Pretty much so. Kofi Bryant raising. Juniors has been very aggressive every time Kofi Bryant is raised, and he stays aggressive. Another 3-bet here. 9 salute 46 folds. Back row to Kofi Bryant. This is a different scenario. He's in position. Still opts to fold, though.
Yeah, he's 3-bet him so many times. Like, ridiculous amount of times. With good reason. Now, JBH, now he's the smallest stack. He can basically be aggressive, and this is a good stack size to shove. Size to call, which I don't think I like whatever his hand is, really, that much. I don't know. I suppose he's got a bit of chips back. I take that back. There are some hands it's fine with.
Check, check on the turn and the flop. The river brings the queen of hearts. Let's see if JBH takes a shot at it. Nope, third check from him. Ace Jack is good.
Yeah.
I think Jack 6 is probably just a muck at this point, but you are getting a good price in the big blinds.
Yeah, I think just pitch it though.
Kofe Bryant Jr.'s locked up in this one. 10, 9, 8, 2 hearts out there. Third heart now on the turn. 3 of the 4 players are quite deep. And we've had a little bit of a lull in the action. Not surprising. Bad news from Phil Walmsley. Apparently he busted his bankroll today. Sorry to hear that, Phil.
Bad idea. Bad tactics.
Once again, if you've got a funny poker joke or a funny poker story and you have an 888 poker account, head over to Facebook. Go in those comments and let us know. Make Nick Wealthall laugh.
To be clear, we're not saying that Phil's was funny. It wasn't funny.
No, that's not funny.
It was sad. It was sad.
Jack 9. Good enough for the win there. And juniors, by the way, don't look now, but he is back up over 50 million.
Yeah, a few wins in a row.
And Kofe Bryant, unfortunately for him, not going his way. The aggressive play from juniors is really kind of taking advantage of Kofe Bryant.
Yeah, but
Approaching
Kofi
6 in the morning.
Kofi still has nearly 30 big blinds, and
it's fine.
It's fine. See if JB gets called. He does not.
Go JBH. Give juniors a lot of credit, by the way, for staying aggressive, even when he lost a bunch of chips. I know a lot of players that kind of implode. They start thinking, what am I doing wrong? They start second guessing themselves. But juniors has done a very good job of continuing to stay aggressive. Here he's going to call. 9 salute, 46 is open. Kind of an interesting dynamic board. 9-8 deuce, certainly wet. Straight draws, flush draws. The 9 pairs. See if juniors takes a shot at this. I like this bet. Fully knowing that he might get called here. He probably has to double barrel on a blank.
I'm not sure why he's bet so much, though, but...
Yeah, no, I'm with you. There's the call. That's a good river card for him. Really good river card to complete. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he could have bet smaller on that one.
Another big bet.
I like the river sizing. I really do. I think the turn could have been smaller, to your point. I think juniors did something there. Now, we don't know. Obviously, he could have just had the hand, but he did something there that a lot of players make the mistake of not doing. Is they'll bluff at something once, and then if they get called, they just shut down. And I think when the pre-flop raiser checks back the flop, they are going to have some showdown value. They sometimes are prepared to call one street. So you've got to be prepared to fire 2 bullets.
Right. Yeah, well, almost when they check back the flop, they're almost checking back the flop to call one street.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Is a good point.
Kofe Bryant back up to 17.5 million. JBH hanging on. Again, all 4 players here guaranteed $32,780. All in here for infinity.
Great
Big pickup
by juniors.
Another all in here. And he's up to 10 million. Nick, I know you were concerned. Jack James is back.
Welcome back.
Raise and all in here, and Junior's up to 60.6 million. Amin El Yamidi says, bet on Junior. He's winning.
Hashtag analysis. He's up over 60 million, which is that is winning, no question.
Junior's another win there. Gregor's Maganja says, funny story. Nick, you ready?
I am ready.
Here we go. Funny story. Gregor's has not won this yet, by the way. I'm just going to read a story. 2 times now I have played in a multi-day tournament with a massive black eye. I'm an MMA fighter, and twice now I have played while on vacation after a fight. I don't know if it helped or hurt my image, my table image. I took one down, though. I won the fights, and I'm 1-2 in the tournaments.
I'm pretty confident it did help your image. Probably also the fact that you're, muscled up with like 3% body fat or something probably helped as well.
Nick did not laugh, though, Gregors. I apologize. I'm sorry to say it, but you did not win the last ticket.
Oh, really?
You didn't laugh.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Gregors. I didn't realize. Don't come and hit me. I was rooting for you. I would have done a fake laugh. I can do a fake laugh.
Too late for that. All in. Ace Jack versus nines. There's a 9. Diamonds or 10. Not going to happen, though. Full house here. 9's full of 8s. The rich get richer. Juniors up to 72.9 million. And our friend JBH Infinity is gone in 4th place. He'll take home $32,780. We're down to 3. All these 3 players guaranteed $46,396.
Huge money. Amazing.
Gregor says you made him grin. You did make him grin, but I don't know. Gregor's. I tell you, it's a really good story. I don't know if it's a funny story.
It's how they get you, Gregors. Technicalities.
Sorry, Gregors. How about Bojan Radmanovic has a joke for you, Nick.
Excellent. Here we go.
They're rolling in now, so no fear. What do you call a poker player that is also a doctor?
Doctor.
A cardiologist.
Oh, because of cards.
I think that's where he was going. No laugh there either.
It's not fair to judge it on laughs. Like, I haven't really laughed at any of them.
Yeah, but this is the last one. We got to crush the last one, my man.
Okay.
Got a little pot developing here. 2.9 million in there. By the way, another $14,000 pay jump between 3rd and 2nd.
Yeah, 46,000 for 3rd, 60.5 for 2nd, and 85 for 1st is what we're playing for.
Okay, I got a joke here from Dave McConnon.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Dave McConnon says, what poker hand makes you hallucinate?
6-9.
Trips.
Oh, because of trips. 6-9 is funnier, though.
Okay. Sorry, Dave McConnon, who is at Smokey888. You do not win. Keep them coming, though, guys.
Maybe
I love it.
He wins. Like, it can't just be my, I feel guilty now.
No. But you haven't actually picked any of these yet. So I'm going to let the
Okay.
last one. I will actually decide based on your reaction.
Okay.
I feel like I know you well enough to know if you're amused.
Very good. I'm not so into the wordplay ones. You know, like
Yeah,
the
so
trips one. Like somebody else might have found that funnier.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Humor is in the ear of the beholder, right?
Humor is subjective,
That too.
unless it's Brooklyn Nine-Nine and everyone agrees that's hilarious.
Gervais Gale, pretty funny one. Not bad. What do you call a poker player who lasts 13 minutes in a free roll?
Is it me?
Nick Wealthall.
Yeah, that's quite funny.
I kind of like that. Gervais, what's your
And Gervais has also been keeping us company with chat all night, so
I like it. Gervais, what is your 888 poker username, my man? If you don't have one, then we still have one left. You need to have an 888 poker account to be eligible.
you've got 3 minutes to sign up. Pot brewing here, 5.5 million in the middle between juniors and Salute. Kofi rooting on both of them in the.
Just get in a big pot, please. Get it all in. Yeah, 9 Salute 46 has not backed down from juniors at all. We have a winner. Congratulations, Gervais Gale.
Congratulations. Sorry to the others. There could only be one winner.
Well, there were 10.
Apart from the other 9. Trying to make them feel better.
Right.
Just like Kobe Bryant does not get in the top 10 of the NBA all time, you do not get in the top 10 of tonight's entertaining anecdotes. It's just one of them things. Top 10s wise.
I believe got a 4 million pot already. 4 million in the pot already. Juniors bets 1.3 on this King 9-4 board. Kobe Bryant is just sitting out. This just feels like these two players are going to battle, and Kobe Bryant's just going to slide in the second.
He'd probably take that. It's worth a lot of money.
I have heard through. I have heard from some reliable sources that 888 Poker is enjoying putting on these on live streams. So hopefully they'll continue doing it. And if they continue doing it, I'm pretty sure we're going to continue having giveaways in free roll. So make sure you follow 888 Poker on YouTube. Make sure you like them on Facebook, follow them on Facebook. And I am at Tuchman Sports. Nick is at Nick Wealthall on Twitter. We'll let you know when the next live stream is for 888 Poker. Juniors back over 70 million.
Yeah, it's tough, this, isn't it, David, for the other two? Like, how do you build chips here when, you know, you're so far, you're basically jousting with the third guy, and there's such a big pay jump between third and second. There's not, you've got to be very patient, I think.
Well, I mean, I think we see different strategies here. Juniors is clearly playing the big stack, and he's going to stay aggressive. 9 Salute 46 he's playing for the win. If anything, it looks like that. Playing a lot of hands, not afraid to battle. And Kobe Bryant on the other side of the coin is kind of staying out of the fray. Now, again, we can't see the cards, and all of this could be just dictated by what cards they're getting. But that's certainly what it appears to be.
This is going to be the last hand before break. Almost certainly the last break.
Almost certainly. This is a big pot as we head into it. And 9 Salute, his aggressive play, not afraid to battle the chip leader. Now he's at the 27 million. He puts a lot of distance between him and the third place finisher, right? The third place person, Kobe Bryant. 3 players remain in this exciting main event. Make sure you come back 5 minutes, we'll be back for more action from 888 Poker, more action from the XL Inferno main event. Hello and welcome back to 888 Poker's XL Inferno series, May 14th to the 24th. This is it. 3 players left in the series, 3 players left in the main event. All 3 of them guaranteed $46,396. Up top, $85,177. I'm David Tuchman, Nick Wealthall alongside me. It is 6 in the morning for you.
Good morning, UK.
Are you a Marmite guy?
Do I like it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I mean, I never eat it, but if forced to, I could eat it.
Yeah, it's one of the things I miss about not living in London anymore.
You don't have it in.
I mean, I could go get it. It's just not readily available. I have to go to like an English specialty store to get it. I could get it if I wasn't lazy, but
Fair enough.
I like Marmite. I like tea and biscuits. I like Weetabix. All available here, but like I said, there's some effort there. Kofi Bryant finds himself somewhat short now with the blinds at 350,000, 700,000. He has under 20 big blinds.
Just a cow with nothing to lose. Do you see him as a cow? He's a cow on my screen.
I do.
Yeah, okay. Because we had a thing with avatars.
Right. Is Juniors a wizard for you?
Yes.
And is 9 Salute a marsupial?
No, 9 Salute's a picture of Vivian Saliba on mine.
Oh, distinctly different.
Not really. It's a marsupial.
Oh.
That would have been weird.
No. I think, hey, listen, if online poker ever comes back to Los Angeles and the States, my avatar will almost definitely be a picture of Viv Saliba.
Good call.
Why not? Junior staying aggressive, this time in a hand versus 9 Salute 46.
Yeah, he does tend towards bigger bets, doesn't he, Juniors? But he gets a call. Wow.
Yeah, that whole down bet thing that you said earlier on. Man, what kind of hand is 9 Salute calling with? I mean, a big queen, you imagine? And Junior is just not slowing down. Really a tough spot for 9 Salute 46, depending on what he has.
Yeah, more money.
What's the worst hand you're calling with here?
Kofi's stack. I don't know. Does that help? I mean, if he does have like king queen, it's so hard to fold. But I mean, this could be a disaster.
Yeah, if I have king queen, though, I'm probably just shoving the turn. I'm just going to go with it.
I mean, he's done this to Junior earlier in the final table, right? He's picked off these. Wow, this is.
Well, let's see.
This is.
Oh, wow.
Everything. Kofi is like, cool.
Yes.
Cool.
This pot is 82 million. Not really, because Junior's is all in, doesn't have him covered, but it's a monster pot, and 9 Salute folds.
Should have bluff.
I don't know what hand that I don't know what hand I have that I'm calling turn and then folding river with, though.
Don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a shame. We didn't see that one. Oh, wow.
Oh, all in.
Here we go.
Queen, Jack, Ace 10. Could we be heads up here? The ace holds.
Not quite heads up, but 9 Salute's now going to be on vapors.
He's got 4 big blinds.
Vapors. What a fun 1 minute 30 seconds for him. That wasn't.
That was amazing.
And Junior's well, he's thinking about it, so he has something crappy.
He just folded. Wow, okay. Must have really had a terrible hand there. Kofi Bryant all in. That's also
bold.
really bold.
Yeah.
Like, my gosh.
Yeah,
$14,000 page up between second and third.
Why wouldn't you just like?
I don't know. He just did not want to get called, but I mean, when he gets called by Juniors, he's just like,
yeah, disaster.
Can you imagine 9 Salute just kind of like ekes his way into second place?
Like a little, actually more like a little marsupial punch.
Like that would have been just an absolute nightmare. King, queen versus 10-8. There's a king, and it's over. It is over. We are heads up. Kofi Bryant Juniors, heads up for the title. Both these players guaranteed $60,000. Before we get to that, let's salute 9 Salute.
Yeah, he came through over 1,620 players to finish third for $46,000. We'll never know what he had in that big hand against
I'm
Junior
really
Juniors, but
curious.
he played really well in the final table, didn't he, 9 Salute? So
He
maybe
was
it was just a horrible spot.
He was the one player at the table who really was kind of playing against juniors. And if there was going to be somebody else at this tournament that you thought, okay, can they take the bull by the horns? Can they run with it? It would have been 9 Salute. Obviously, Kofe heads up here has a great chance as well. He played a contrasting style, but their seat position was very different. In Kofe Bryant's seat position, I think he played it exactly like he should play it. You know, a little bit close to the vest, very cautious. Obviously, 9 Salute being on Junior's left was able to play a lot more aggressive. But I am very, very intrigued to know what hand he called flop and turn with that he folded the river for his last 13 million.
We'll never know, but let's turn our attention to the heads up because this is going to decide, obviously going to decide the title.
I can't do it. Let's spend the next 10 minutes thinking about that hand.
No, it's over, David. It's literally over. Look, the money's on the table, for goodness sakes.
The money is on the table.
That is the actual money. That money will be posted to them once this is over in like brown bags.
By the way, just for the record, so everybody knows what exactly they're playing for here, they are essentially playing for $25,000. I ask you at home, if you're watching this, when was the last time you played a $25,000 heads up match?
It's a lot.
Gervais Gale pointing out Kofe Bryant has been the celebrity of the main event. Junior's been the pro.
Oh, interesting.
Juniors with about a 4-1 chip lead. Kofe Bryant has definitely played it more cautious up till now. And I think from an ICM standpoint, he played it really well. Obviously, now nothing to lose. He's got second place locked up. Go for the win. Aline Plu says, this was my first time here. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Hope to see you again. Thank you for joining us, Aline Plu. You have a very cute kitten in your picture.
Small bet, small pot. Kofi takes it. And he doesn't need to be desperate here. He's got, what's 4 million? He's got like more or less 35 big blinds.
Yeah, for heads up poker, he's deep.
Right, and one double up and they're almost even. So he can pick his spots a bit.
No question. I don't anticipate this going on, getting to the next break, but we could have a relatively long online heads up match. Yeah. Ace high, good.
Definitely possible. Yeah, ace high's big on that board.
Yeah.
Heads up.
What an amazing accomplishment for both these players. $60,618 in the bag for both these players. Playing a little bit of small ball right now, these two. See how long that continues. A bet from Kofe Bryant of 2 million. Juniors makes the call. That's a pretty big bet, by the way. He bet 2 million into 2.9.
Mm-hmm.
And now he bets 2.5. Did he pick up a diamond draw? If he did, he got there. There's the call. And how about a
Same
chop?
hand.
Yeah. Betting for value at the 10.
Well, what I'd take away from that if I was Kofi was that Junior's check back top pair on a 10-9-9. Pretty trappy.
Yeah. Probably why Junior's called, thinking I've underrepresented in my hand. I can't fold top pair here.
Indeed. Yeah, no exciting action so far. Small pots only.
And not surprising, as you pointed out. I mean, Bryant here with about a 35 big blind stack. Junior's obviously with heaps right now. Kind of in a little bit of a feel out stage. Fourth heart out there. Ace high, no, probably pair of nines. Good. Ace high was good as well. We are moving up to 400,000, 800,000. So Kofi Bryant now with slightly under 30 big blinds. We've had 3 folds on the button so far in a row.
Yeah. Pretty tight.
Once again, thank all of you for joining us.
With an ante heads up, and I think you can pretty much at least call every button here.
Yeah, we're not playing. Now, I know in our live events when we play a big blind ante, you really can't fold the button no matter what. We've talked about that because you're getting 5-1. This is slightly different.
Insane.
Right. This is slightly different because there's only 100,000 in from each player on the ante. So maybe you can fold the bottom 5% of your range, like the 9 deuce offsuit, the 8 deuce, the 7 deuce offsuit. Those hands.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I probably wouldn't, but
I think that's fine. I think it's certainly reasonable to play every hand on the button,
especially if my opponent wasn't being, very aggressive. If you're playing against someone who's like attacking a lot more, then a bit different. But
to your point, by the way, so Juniors is on the button there with 400,000, right? The pot's got 1.4 million in there, so he's getting 3.5-1,
right,
and he's in position.
Exactly. So
it's a good point.
I wouldn't fold any buttons, and like I said, unless I was just being relentlessly raised, and then it changes. But
of course. Every pot significant now. And as Kofi Bryant is right around 30 big blinds, the next, say, 5-6 million chip pot would be really significant. Like this one right here is huge. This is a really, really big spot. Wow.
Oh, nice
what
bet.
a value bet.
I think it's a pretty standard value bet, don't you?
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it is 8-6 on a 8-7-5 jack. I mean, you can't even really. I mean.
Oh wow, we're all in.
All in. Sevens versus ace-5. A deuce ends it. 6.
Oh, a deuce.
No.
Yeah. Jesus. He was double gutted. No.
He was, but a deuce and a 6. Would have ended it. It did not end it. And just like that, Kofi Bryant all in, doubles up with the sevens. That was quick.
Yeah, it was.
And he's back to 25 big
That's no
blinds.
limit heads up, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, all in again.
Wow.
No call.
I think that aggressive play from Kofi Bryant is going to benefit him. This is an extremely small sample size. We can't see the cards, but it appears that Juniors maybe has a little bit more experience. And I would, if that is the case, and again, I don't know if it is or not, I would think that upping the aggression, upping the variance would make sense if you're Kofi Bryant.
So it's a good point. This is very hard for players though, because you have to lead your ego at the door. If you're a better player than your opponent heads up, then oftentimes you want to make the pot small. If your opponent is better than you, then oftentimes you want to make the pots big. But admitting that a player is better than you is difficult. And by better, more experience, like David says, or just whatever, perhaps a little bit more heads up, better.
Another big pot here.
Biggest pot. Yeah.
What a run out. 19.4 million in there. Kofi Bryant checks. What does Juniors do?
Probably checks, right? Because it's a full line straight now.
Jack 8. He does. Wow. He checks the 8.
Oh, wow. He checked the 8.
Wow. I'm surprised to see him.
That's really weird. Like, how his opponent is not checking a king on the river, surely.
I don't think he is.
Because Juniors is not now going to bet 2 pair and stuff.
The way the hand played out, I don't think Kofi Bryant has many kings in his range.
I don't understand checking the 8 on that river. That was really strange, I thought. It's the virtual second nuts because ace king isn't out there.
And your opponent doesn't have ace king ever.
Yeah. So he has to have checked a king, which if he's done that, Mazel tov. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to misvalue. That's weird that he checked that, I think.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Junior's play, but I feel like that was maybe a bit of a misstep, especially when there's so much in the pot.
It's a chance
your opponent's not going to give it up lightly. It's a disgusting run out, and you might be thinking, well, I can't get paid off by worse. But when there's 20 million in the pot, I want to allow my opponent the opportunity to pay me off.
Well, also, right. And also, he has something, that from the action. It's
Obviously.
not like he has nothing. And
he had 2 pair there.
It's a chance to win the tournament. You gotta give yourself a chance to win the tournament in that situation. I mean, if Kofi somehow comes back and wins this, that river will haunt them, I think.
Yeah, we can debate whether he should be moving all in or not on the river, whether, maybe a smaller sizing, who knows? But I think betting there was certainly the play.
Just easy from the comfort of my home.
Of course.
Not playing heads up for $25,000.
Very easy.
I do think that was a bit of a bad miss, in fairness.
7.6 million in there right now. Kofi checks. Juniors. He called the turn bet. This time he bets 5.6 million. There's the call. There's the ace. It's good.
Yeah, probably rivered his opponent there. So Kofi now down to 20 bigs.
Yeah, it wouldn't shock me at all if we saw an all in very quickly now.
Mm-hmm.
Said we see a limped button. Not surprising to see a limping range once you're a little bit shorter. There's a call. Pot is 3.4 million. Kofi makes the call. Hearts get there.
Kofi decided to call pre-flop instead of shoving over an opening raise, which was definitely an option.
I would think that if he had a king in his hand, though, he would have shoved.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I don't think he has a king.
And I don't think he's a flush draw, because if he had a flush draw, he
does
does have a king. Look at that.
Ah, interesting.
I mean, I think calling pre-flop with king 8 is perfectly fine.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that he
weak
didn't.
King makes sense, obviously. Weak king makes sense. He has a weak king.
But I'm surprised he didn't raise the flop. Either way.
It hasn't changed the overall situation too much. A bit more breathing space, 20, whatever.
Yeah, Morton Hard just playing
lines. Yeah,
Morton Hard playing devil's advocate about that hand earlier on when juniors had the straight, the 8, the ascent of the straight. Said, what if Kofi Bryant sees Junior as an aggressive bettor? If Junior thought that, he would have put him on a king high straight, hence the check to keep the big lead. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm sure he kind of went into that thinking, which was like, hey, would my opponent? He obviously, by checking it, he is telling us that he thought Kofi Bryant would check his kings.
Or he's telling us he thought he couldn't get paid by anything is all the point, isn't it? Like he's saying, I only get called if I'm beaten. I don't agree, but
you and I are on the same page on that one.
Interesting hand, but it was signed some time ago. It was the past. Let's move on.
Let's move on indeed. 3.4 million in there. Raised from Kofi Bryant, a call from juniors. 9-6 deuce, 2 clubs. Again, both these players guaranteed $60,618. First place, you ask? $85,177. Playing for $25,000, and of course, the title. There's a bet from Kofi Bryant. This is a big pot in the context of this heads-up match. Junior's in the tank. He makes the call. Queen 7, no good. Ace deuce. What a call there.
Nice call.
Good bluff, better call. And Junior's now with a huge chip lead. It's all in. Ace 9 versus Queen 10. The Queen is there. Looking for an ace or a 9. Not going to happen.
I feel a bit sorry for Juniors there because he limped ace 9 suited, which was exactly the right play given Kofi's stack. And he got the shove he wanted. He just couldn't win a 60-40. But it was a really nice little limp, that play.
Morton Hard says, it's been really interesting. I must watch these streams more often. Well, hopefully we put more out there and you can watch more, Morton.
Yeah, they're
Thank you for
new,
joining
Morton.
us.
They are new. One of our first goes.
Unfortunate run out for juniors, but obviously Kofi Bryant very happy with it. Still in the mix for this title. For the record, that was the second time Kofi Bryant has been all in and survived. First time, obviously, he had the best hand. That time he got a little bit lucky. He had live cards, though. All in from Kofi Bryant. Does Kofi Bryant realize how deep he is? I mean, he's just shoving like 28 bigs.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he just has hands that maybe he's got like, I don't know. I was trying to think what his rationale could be, but it's pretty big shoves heads up.
Small pairs, maybe. I mean,
always fascinating to watch the heads up at the end of a tournament, isn't it, David? See the different styles and how people approach it. So different to every other kind of poker.
Yeah, and I think for the most part, you and I have obviously covered a lot of final tables. when you get heads up in these situations, oftentimes it's with players that don't have a lot of heads up experience.
Yeah.
Like the vast majority of us don't have a lot of heads up experience.
Always super exciting. And a reminder, they're playing for $25,000, which is pretty crazy. Only 100 times their buy-in. Pretty big.
Kofi Bryant doing what he can to stay afloat. Blinds will be popping up to 500,000, 1 million. Commentator friendly level for you.
Nice.
And Kofi Bryant now up to 30 million. As I always point out, these heads up matches, it's crazy. Kofi Bryant, by the way, now just two all-ins away from winning the tournament himself.
Right. If he doubles up, he's got the chip lead.
Right.
That's how it goes.
And as far as we know, these players have not made a deal. Sorry, go ahead.
You can see the sunlight beginning to maybe stream through my window and hit me on my face.
I'm actually concerned that you might melt.
now that I've seen the daytime.
Yeah. It is now nighttime here in Southern California.
Wow. Chasing the sunshine with 888 poker, probably.
Back and forth, these two players go. Kofi Bryant has been as high as 30 million in this heads-up battle, as low as 13 million. I really love Junior's game. I mean, there have been a few times where he has faced adversity, and each and every time he has fought back. And to me, that is the true test of a champion. Can he close it out here? All in for Kofi Bryant. Blinds are 500,000, 1 million. So that shove was just 26 bigs.
Yeah, and that makes sense with quite a lot of hands. Like if he's got something like ace 10, I think, shoving there is probably the best option.
About a 2.5 to 1 chip lead for juniors. I knew I'd get that out eventually. Juniors bets, juniors takes it. There are about 105 big blinds in play, which is a lot. I mean, we get a double up here from Kofi Bryant. We could be here for another couple of levels.
So you're talking about the British foods you like. Did you like fry-ups, like British cooked breakfast?
Yeah, I do. I like an English breakfast.
Yeah.
Eggs, sausage,
bacon.
I don't like the blood stuff. What is it? Blood sausage?
Blood sausage.
Yeah, I can stay away from that. But I like the English bacon with beans. Yeah, I can sign me up for that. Traditional English breakfast. Yeah, I like that, and I like the traditional English Sunday roast.
Oh wow, 3-bet pot and a call.
Yeah, this is a monster pot.
Kofi
All diamonds out there.
Kofi just shoves a lot here. If he doesn't have a diamond in his hand, it's really tough, right?
Yeah, if he's got ace king, ace queen without a diamond, it's really, really difficult. I mean, Junior's called a 3-bet with something. 4th diamond out there.
Well, now this is just like a guessing game, really. Like,
I mean, Kofi checks. Juniors checks it back. I feel like Juniors has the best hand here, but we'll see. Going in the tank.
Yeah, going in the tank. Must be thinking about whether.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what hand he has that he'd raise and then call 3-bet. There
Oh,
he's
wow.
all,
He puts them all in.
yeah,
And gets the
strong play.
fold. Yeah. Obviously, we can't see the hands, but potentially a really tedious hand for Kofi where maybe he had ace king or something with no diamond.
Yeah, 6 spot for Kofi Bryant. Probably thinking, why didn't I just move all in? That's what I should have done. He's down to 16 bigs now. He's all in. Juniors does not make the call.
He's going to shove a lot, Kofi. He's definitely not a, he's not a tight player, and he's going to put pressure with his short stack.
Yeah, we've seen Kofi really change and adapt his game as well. I mean, he was aggressive throughout. When he went from 64 to a final table, Kofi Bryant was very aggressive. At the final table with the chip leader on his left, he played it much more cautious, which is what you'd expect.
Very true. Mm-hmm.
So you give Kofi Bryant a lot of credit for doing that, for mixing up his play. 6-1 chip lead for juniors. Can he close it out this time? All in. No call.
Yeah, already had his man all in with about a 60% chance to win the tournament. Needs to do it again, though, and have it hold up.
And we see a flop. 2.2 million in there. This is a limped pot. And a call. I'm so intrigued to know what kind of hand he's calling with.
A pair.
A second barrel from juniors gets the job done, and Kofi Bryant now down to 13 big blinds. There's a limp.
Really in the danger zone, isn't he?
Neither player should have an ace here. The ace is quite irrelevant in this particular hand. If you have a 7, it's just the nuts. Seeing a lot of action here, considering how deep these players are. Queen on the river. All in from Kofi Bryant. Does juniors make the call?
Maybe Kofi limped with an ace. It's possible.
That's the story he's telling. Or he could have had 2 pair.
I can't see him limping with an ace, though. He had 13 bigs, so.
Pot is 17. Where's the call? Queen 6. He made the queen.
Oh, no, he hit the queen. Jeez, he hit the queen.
He hit a queen.
I looked at Junior's hand, I looked at the 6. Oh, man. Wow.
That, by the way, 2 things there. First of all, I think that's a good call from juniors with the 7. As I said on the turn.
Yeah, I think so.
The 7 is the nuts.
He can't fold a 7 on that board. He can't fold a 7.
But let's give Kofi Bryant some credit for bluffing with the 6 in his hand. And then when he backs into a queen, a lot of players, when they back into the hand, they're like, okay, cool, I got there. Let me check now. No, he had the wherewithal to realize that a pair of queens was the nuts and decided to go for value at that point. I'm surprised juniors didn't shove the turn, though. Nonetheless, though, Kofi Bryant back in the mix. Can he build that momentum? No, he cannot. Juniors wins the next one. All in, fold. I mean, I know when you hit your queen, it seems like just standard shove. But when you're in it, sometimes you forget to. So you just got to breathe a sigh of relief. And you're like, oh, good, I got there.
7 million in the middle. Junior bet the flop got called, so he's now going to follow up on the turn.
Yeah, again, a situation where how often does Kofi Bryant really have an ace in his hand?
Well, the king of spades makes it
Yeah.
even less likely they have a king, so battle of the not much, maybe. But
I mean, juniors could definitely have an ace in his hand, right? And that's a story he's telling. He bets. There's the all in.
he
9,
has a
10.
king.
No good. We're done. That's all she wrote.
Unlucky in
Wow.
that final hand for Kofi, because I think calling with a 9 there is pretty standard, actually. Yeah. Trip King's the way to do it for juniors. He played a great final table, though, we have to say.
Yeah, he did. He juniors came in as the overall overwhelming chip leader and was able to close the door on his opponents despite facing adversity. He was able to triumph when it was all said and done. Kofi Bryant, as you said, played really well, and I love the way that he changed his style from earlier on to what had to happen at the final table. Really navigated that final table well. Finished in second place, takes home $60,618, and of course, our winner, the champion, Juniors, takes home $85,178. We'll take a look at our leaderboard, Nick.
Yeah.
It
was
all
a great
started.
event, we have to say. It was a great event.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started off with just a huge hand. I remember that hand with Yamastula and Cone Continent, where we had that double elimination from juniors, which kind of set the tone for this final table, didn't it?
Yeah, it was until the very end where the 3-hand and then heads up was deep. It was a pretty action-packed final table. And the players were not afraid to put their money in, sometimes correctly, sometimes maybe a little bit loose, but it made for a really entertaining watch. And considering the money involved, which you can see on screen now, really impressive that the players were able to keep on the front foot. I think we saw some good poker and it was exciting. It was fun.
Yeah,
Really good.
a cherry on top of the XL Inferno series, and what a series it was. We started this on May 14th. It ends today with Juniors winning the main event, taking home $85,177. Look for more 888 Poker online streaming events. Of course, check out everything 888 Poker related on YouTube, over on Facebook, and all good things. You can follow Nick at Nick Wealthall. I'm at Tuchman Sports. And thank you all for joining us here at 888 Poker. Until next time, goodbye.